Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は68日目です。It is day 68, and as forewarned, we're trying to shift our schedule a little bit earlier. It's still not that close to 4, unfortunately. I was gonna wait for these 5, but they're all gonna clump up to some extent. And it looks like all of them, you can see that whenever there's a big swap, it's around 5 p.m. We're gonna try to push that to 3 p.m. or 4 p.m., right? And it takes us a leap day because of the fixed rotation. So if I keep going later, I just keep pushing later until we shift back. So that's gonna be what we're gonna try to do today. So it's one of those days, if you blink, it's over, right? At least I think the 10, I'm not sure if the 10 is any of these 10s, but we'll see. So, and this one, it was a misread. I read this as correct instead of stop. So, pretty good. Get into our review quickly as possible. All right. All right. Okay. Oops. So these are from yesterday. Mix pass through. Oh, wait. I think I remember this. So can I get it from the sound? O tsu. This is where there's mixing to pass through at an intersection, right? So traffic. This area. Still. Lead death. Certain death. Or what did they really want it? They wanted us to focus on, there were 2, right? For certain death. Frantic and desperate, right?
Natsuyasumi.
Anarazu.
Kanarazu.
Anarazu is certainty, right? Or any version of certainty. Oh no, this was hen.
この辺
And this was special exception, suffix retention. So that's it.
札
It's definitely ko tsu.
交通
Otsu. Okay. Certain. It's, oh, there's a shorten, so ishi.
必死
Oh, is this still yuka? Yuka.
床
I think it's still floor. Okay. Summer.
夏
And that's it.
千円札
And that's it. Yeah, I know. 5 minutes. It's bound to happen. It happens at least twice if I'm trying to shift the schedule, or it happens on the day before peak day, before level up day. Let's quickly go over this stuff. It's SRS for you. Alright. So. Oh, right. We're bouncing between Duolingo and WaniKani, so it's between darkish mode and light mode. Alright, here's our monics. Wings, box, black, stamp, husband, clan, boat, fish, yellow, black, circumference, table, temple, gate, self, feature, top hat, bird, elephant. Do I read? Got. You got. You. Tatsu. And. Tsu. I. Itsu. Mi. Matsu. Ko. Natsu. Jaku. Tsu. Ko. Yo. Ri. Yuki. And that's it. That's it for today. Not much to it. That's the end of WaniKani in our Japanese session for today. So if you need a refresher, a really quick refresher on those things, and you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Until for those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan, mata ne. We're gonna switch right into it to HanziHero for these short days. Give me a little sec. Thank you, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第61天。It is day 61, and we're gonna hop right into here. Yesterday was pretty fantastic. Well, they're red, but fantastic nonetheless. So let's. What was here? This was a read, jerk reflex, right? Mal, jerk reflex, yo, and this one I had no idea. We were lost. It was actually one of the new ones too. So we have bathroom, Walter White. Oh no, it was basement. Walter White, Hoang. Yes, chasing after death with a silk net. Okay. Looking good. Hop right in.
帮忙
Mang, yeah, to help. Mang. I really need to start looking at these characters. These are traditional characters. Mang. Okay. Ta lai 叫人帮忙. He came to look for people for help. Yeah. 他来叫人. No, 叫人. 他来找人帮忙.
他来找人帮忙。
我真喜欢我真想帮忙。
我真想帮忙。
帮忙。旁边。
旁边 yeah, beside. Side, near the border, beside. I usually use side here, so it's side to still beside something. So 旁边, which makes sense. 王先生旁边那位先生是谁? Oh, who's beside Mr. Wang? Yeah.
王先生旁边那位先生是谁？
小雪旁边是一座公园. The jewel is being used as a counter. Interesting.
小学旁边是一座公园。
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 旁边送给
to give. Yep. To deliver what you to give is still to give or deliver. Honestly, it could also be send, but it's more of a give. You're still sending something. I might add that. No, I won't write send for this. 把这本书送给别人。谢谢你送给我怎么好的礼物。Okay. 送给 Oops. 送给 No. Oh.
送给认识
Yep. To know or to recognize. It's still recognize as well. To know, to recognize, yeah. 认识. Ooh, two. 认识 versus 认识. Okay. 他们没有认识很多人. Okay, 很多人. 你认识他吗? Yeah.
认识图书馆
Yeah. Library. Picture, book, place, or building. Yeah, sure. No. 这座图书馆很安静。
这座图书馆很安静。
Yeah, 安静。静か。我喜欢在图书馆里读书。Yeah, 读书。我在图书馆工作。Okay.
图书馆
Biblioteca, right? La biblioteca. Okay.
帮忙送给
图书馆 Yeah. Oh, 认识. Gotta get used to those. Both those are traditional characters. 认识.
认识
旁边.
旁边
All right. Next lesson said. Next lesson. 岁月. 岁月. That's kind of funny. Month, year, and month. Year of age, month. It's clear that years go by quite fast. It's also time. Yeah, I like it. Years. All right. 岁月 不 呢 不猪 Is it 不猪 It's probably 不猪
岁月不居，
不居 Dang it. Yeah, that's right. G, it goes straight to yu, not u. 不猪 不居 because I picture JU and then I'm like, there's no the dots on it because it defaults to G. 岁月不居 难 right 难忘的岁月岁月 not 岁月 or 岁岁月
岁月
what are we going with? Years?
两边
两边 two sides. Okay, both sides. When you refer to two parts of a border or side, I added side to this. You are talking about both sides. Right, two sides. Sense? So this has multiple reads. This counter has multiple reads, and I'm not still hands down on which one. In terms of sides, 江 so 浙江 the heck is paper again? 浙江洗 I don't know. 浙江 paper 两边
这张纸两边，
Oh, 纸 oh, that's right. So it is 江浙江纸两边 and then there's 长 right 长 which I ascribe right now currently to very specific like nouns, but 江 I default to 江 for like length and flat things, like something that's long or the length of something. I'm not sure yet. It goes, you just pile it on there and get used to it. 两边都有 sense 道理
两边都有道理。
Do I have Li yet? Oh, I do have Li, don't I? Scepter, Chinese mild, Link in the basement. Oh, Link in the basement. What the heck did Scepter come in? But he was like measuring the Chinese mile rope. I have no idea where the scepter comes in though. 两两边
两边，南边，
南边 south side makes sense. Oh, we're getting all the sides now. South border, south side. Yeah, so this not having side is kind of weird originally. I'm pretty confident I added side to this. 南边 so 南边有一个公园 fair enough. 他住在城市的南边 live on the south side of the city. we're gonna say it's 课中 no 课一 I already forgot what this is. Let's just go with I have no idea. And then this is we haven't gotten this yet, but 流 right? Yeah, 流的南边有很多树。
河流的南边有很多树。
Dang it. 河 I was thinking it was either 河 or like 水 or something with an S. So 河流的 Oh wait, there's gotta be a change for 22, right?
河流的南边有很多树。
Yeah, not really. 河流的南边有很多树 to make as many trees. Okay.
南边，
Oh, two
右
separate
边，
words. 右边 so the right side. Fair enough. Self-explanatory. 爸爸坐在我旁边 右边旁边 when I think of right and left side, I think of just sitting beside the person, right? If you're on the right or the side. So I don't often say I'm sitting like on the right or the left side of my father. I'm just sitting beside my father. 旁边爸爸坐在我右边。我的书包在你的右边。道路的右边。Oh yeah, the road. Yes, right side of the road.
道路的右边。
道路的右边。右边。
右边，这边，
这边 yeah, here. This border is here, or this side. Yeah, I would usually say this side as opposed to here because 这里 would be here. 你这边有东西。你这边有东西。到这边来。Interesting. How position so here, come here, or over here, this side come. 到这边来。这边。
这边，
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Shay, yeah, whoops.
南边，两边，右边， 岁月
Interesting. 岁月的谁月？岁月。Four fours. Four fours and two twos are kind of weird feeling. Oh. 岁月。
这边
All right.
左边
左边 makes sense. No need. 爸爸坐在我左边 ，right 左边。我的书 ，yeah， 我的书包在你的左边 instead, right? And then 导路的左边 very very Duolingo-ish actually.
左边
oops.
那边
over there, yep. If something is that side, figuratively pointing that, or there works too. It's both, yeah, that side. 把桌子 move. I kind of have a move, but I don't have that move. Do I? So, what do we have? Evening stacked on top of each other. I don't actually remember this. Oh no. What's the evening stack? Many? So many shoots? I don't think I have many shoots. So, 把桌子 something 到那边去。No.
把桌子移到那边去。
No, I wasn't close. 把桌子移到那边去。我们在那边见。那边有一个男人。Okay, fair enough.
那边北边
right. 加拿大在美国的北边 yeah, right. Canada is north on the north side of the USA. 山的北边 okay. 山的北边wait 山 yeah.
山的北边。
山 I said 山的北边
北边才
oh, that's still genius. It's a little shifted to the left, but neat. A nerd. All right. Picture a nerd, glasses and all, wearing a shirt with a strange nerdy symbol on it, and that symbol looks just like this. That's a bit of fresh. It is a symbol of a nerd. When you see this component, picture a nerd walking around doing nerdy things. He's probably a genius too. Okay. That symbol, huh? Alright. Genius. Cai. Interesting. This Cai, Cai, the CAI Cai is involved in saying someone who's a novice as well. But not this character, but the sound Cai. Interesting.
才
Cai. Okay. Casper is in the high school. inside a classroom of the high school with a nerd. Okay. After school, the nerd, who is a genius, is teaching him everything he needs to know. Casper wishes he was a genius so he didn't have to stay after school with a nerd to learn these things. What the heck? Whoa, Casper's a little bit sus. He's probably a nerd himself. 才能 Yeah, 才能 口才 Oh, interesting. 口才 Eloquence. Oh, mouth being genius of the mouth. Eloquence. Like, I wonder if that has a silver tongue suspicion or more of a positive thing.
才
Okay.
那边才左边北边
Hey, one last set. Wang, king. Yeah, Wang. Makes sense. Ultra White is inside the Wang also goes with O, right? O sama desu. Ultra White is inside the chapel admiring an ancient holy scepter that is on display. I think we're just gonna add king to this character as well. I add it here. Yes. Remove, unify the two. Okay. So, admiring an ancient holy scepter that's on display. When he eliminates all of his myth-making rivals, he plans on coming back and stealing it as part of formally becoming king of good stuff. Sussy stuff. No, there's king. Wang. Oh, I always think of it as Wan Xiang. Wan Xiang. Oh, no. Is it? And then what's this one? Oh. Guo Wang makes sense, actually. Country's king. Guo Wang. Guo? No, Guo Wang. Guo Wang. Not Guo Wang. Guo Wang. Oh, there it is. Oh, no. It's Wang Guo. Wait, where's, Mala. Oh, they say it differently. This one's May. Why does May look so weird? Here, May Ho Wang. What was I thinking? Oh, Cantonese. Malao Jing. Like a monkey, monkey spirit, monkey demon. I think Malao, something like that. A lot of TVB kind of just ingrains, and it's like, oh, it's that. No, it's not. So this is Mei Ho Wang. Wang Wei. Sounds like wrong way. It's like, are you going to the throne or are you going the wrong way? Wrong way. Qi Ba. Oh, Chi Ba. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Chi Ba Wang Qiang. Chi Ba Wang Qiang. Oh, that's kind of cute. Chiba is actually more like if this is the traditional character, is to fill up, like you're full. Chiba. But it could be also chiba as in like just the act of eating or dining. I don't know which ba that is. It looks complicated. It's good. Okay. You're fine.
王
Okay.
金
Ding. Oh no, we have the Chinese pound. So what do we have? We have liters, miles, and pounds. And it uses the ho. Alright. Jing. This is no longer a bread loaf counter. Kin, right? Kin. Japanese, courtesy of Japanese. So the Chinese pound, a caddy. That caddy? Oh, this is gonna be tough. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. Okay, so Jimmy Neutron is in front of the infirmary. Check. Doing some gardening with a hoe to pay for his medical bills. Okay. He has piled up a Chinese pound of weeds in the corner. Weeds, okay? Weeds. Jimmy knows that a Chinese pound is approximately 0.6 kilograms. Intriguing. An English pound. 0.453. 0.454. Dang, a Chinese pound is heavier. I've heard of this before. There's you know, your typical YouTube short. Did you know trivia about Chinese pound and a Chinese mile? I don't know about liters. I think liters are fine. Liters are still liters, I think. Anyways. Slightly heavier. Oh, gong, yeah, gongjing. Sijing. To haggle over every penny. 愤金百两 Oh, hard to see.
金
Chinese pound.
如
Rule. Be like. Rule. Why do I feel like I already had a rule of some sort yesterday? Was it as a component? No, it's not as a component because we know both these components. We were introduced to Rudolph, but for what? Is it rule? It might have been rule. Rule. Rudolph the reindeer is inside the house playing dress up, trying to be like a woman reindeer. There's a lot of cross-dressing in order to accommodate the woman character. He puts bright red lipsticks on his mouth. An interesting image I'm having, but is disappointed because the lipstick doesn't glow like his red nose. Be like, to be like is like, are like. The only rule I'm thinking about is 如果. Is it part of 如果? 比如. Oh no. What the? Oh yeah. 比如. Interesting. 比如. I like this. I need to, yeah, to compare, to be like. Comparing to be like, for example. Interesting. 比如. Lush green grass. 绿草如茵. Yeah, the 绿草 is green grass. And then lush green grass? Ruin. Oh, another example. I feel like putting example would be good. To be like. Oh, maybe like to be like as an example. Or we're gonna put for example. Like to be like that's the example. To be like as in an example. Or for example. right? I think I'm just gonna write example as a safeguard. Kick with roots. Oh no, roots like this. Be like, ooh, this rule rule this is really useful. What the heck? This character is incredibly useful. There's a lot of functional words that I use interchangeably. How, like this. 2 for examples. Interesting. Whoops. Wrong tone.
如公
Gung, yeah, we know public. Gung. Gandalf is in front of the temple where he lays out his wares of magical fins and elbows. Okay, I see you. Upon the rocks in the rock garden. A rock garden. He then announces they are free to the public. Soon his wares are surrounded with monks and other guests who all try to grab the free public goods. While Gandalf is in disbelief about his shameful, greedy public behavior. Wait. Is in disbelief about their, shameful, greedy. Alright, public's good. Public's good enough. Yeah. Guncha, public car, bus. And then Gunglu, highway. Gunjing, I don't know the public Chinese spell. And then 公司, public company, like a company is public. But 司, 公司, I feel 司 is a place-ish. We'll see what that later. And then 公园, right? Lots of gungs. Gung
公
for you, gung for me, gung for everyone.
因
Ying cause. The only ying I know is choing, which is to smoke. Cause, mouth, big mouth. That's interesting. Yoshi is in front of the infirmary where he's trying to get inside for treatment. He recently ate a weird mushroom that has caused his mouth to grow ridiculously big. He cannot enter the infirmary. Because his mouth is so big that it won't fit through the door. Surely this is cause for concern. I see what you did there. And because, cause, reason to cause. Okay. The doctor stands by laughing for some reason. Wow, that's gotta mean and dark. 因子 factor called interesting. 因子 cause and effect. 因果 因果 因为 oh yeah, that's right. I do have a ying. Yeah, 因为 it's the same one. That's right. 因为 because 因为 therefore 因此 do I have 此 would be Casper in the basement of the house kicking something. No, I don't think we have 此 yet. Not this 此. We have 此 or Casper in the bathroom. Yes.
因
Intriguing. I missed the 2. Yoshi. trying to dress up like a woman, putting on red lipstick. Oh no, it's Rudolph. My bad. Ru.
如
Son of a bee sting. Something about 0.6 pounds. A hoe. Someone owing money in the front. They're doing the infirmary, right? Oh, is it Jing? It's Jimmy Neutron. I bet.
公
Okay.
经 因 往
Okay. Oh, that was a little... I got too distracted with the Ying thing. Alright. So, now that the lessons are over, now it's time to... Are you serious that those... Oh, okay. I was about to say. Lessons are where we test things. Okay. Alright. Well, let's lock in.
人人
人人都喜欢吃苹果。
你们
你们有啤酒吗？
问起诉
我会起诉你。
忙东人工
这是一个人工湖。
想见
你是怎么想见的？
牛奶
他喝很多牛奶。
细都认真
他是个认真的医生。
欢快
欢快的曲调。
Uh-oh. Huang Kuai. Lively, cheerful, excited. We're gonna add happy as a safeguard.
脑，说话，
他不常说话。
碗，客机，
客机开始爬升。
读，机场，
你要飞往哪个机场？
差，
Oh no. Differ? Subtract? Okay. Son of a heck. I had a problem with this last time too. Took me a while. Oh no. Just kidding. Ah! I shouldn't have thought about it so loosely. I get these two mixed up. Or if I don't take my time, I get these two mixed up because of the traditional characters. This one is the I figured this out yesterday, right? The curling iron, throwing darts. It's wait a minute. It is the bathroom. It is Bart Simpson. What? Oh, it's not. It's Harry Potter that got locked up in the... Oh, dang. Yeah. Both of them get mixed up quite a bit. Should have taken some time to think about it.
书包，
Or just being as quickly as possible.
从不，
他上班从不迟到。
What the freak? Oh.
明明，
这件事明明是他的错。
That took a bit.
歌，米，公，今年，
我今年要学中文。
谢谢，
谢谢你带我去机场。
打车，
我今天要打车去机场。
To get a taxi. Get a taxi. I try to use get and I get punished for it. That's BS right there. So it's fine. 哦，
气候，
台湾的气候很潮湿。
I meant 工作
动作，
动作缓慢。
热气，
热气球，
再生，
它在灾难后再生了。
人们，
人们都说它很聪明。
Okay. Uh,
道谢，
他临走时特别去向女主人道谢。
用人，
他需要懂得如何用人。
oh no. Oh no. Ay, ay, ay. It's not prison. Container? Okay. I think we're gonna put prison here. Prison is a sort of container.
心，就是
我工作就是为了付生活费。
Precisely? Oh my goodness. 就是. We already knew yesterday this was going to be a problem. 就是 is not explicit enough. Or precisely or exact. You just gotta get used to it. 就是 like to be plus 就 it's because is the reason. 就 is not good enough. How I don't even know how to describe it. We'll have to look at it when it comes back around. Was this Lee? Yes, right? Ke. We're trying to go as quickly as possible, so don't want to sit too long.
时候，
我去年这时候在台湾。
还，
就是说，
就是说，
也就是说，别白费劲了。
wait. He converted himself into a spider? Into a snake in the basement? Yeah. That we already know there's a problem with. There's no difference between doing this in the bathroom versus the basement. Right. So that's not helpful. You just gotta know.
办，
I'm getting a little triggered now by some of the stuff, but you have to use rote memory for some of these things.
医生，
医生禁止他。
力
And it doesn't come back around like the way WaniKani does. So you have to wait for a while before it comes back around. Gotta be vigilant.
早就
这件事早就结束了。
Yeah, whatever meaning I have attached to this character is insufficient. So we need to expand this. This character is not being useful right now. So like early, whatever that is. Early then. So 早就 so long ago. Yeah, let's add this now. Yeah, it's at once. Oh, I can't click on that. Wait, I can. As a result, consequence, following, and then. So which one do we miss? It was 就是 That one actually works. It's using this at once thing. That would explain why I had trouble with that and not the other ones. Yeah, okay, so at once. This is what is it? What's the problem with this? It's like tong. Tong to be interpreted as follow as opposed to compare.
.入 骗 课 而 mu 请假
他昨天请假了。
医院，
9个人被送到医院。
又，
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Nort. How did I mute myself? Actually, how long have I been muted? Did I hit the button earlier? Uh-oh. Oh, that's okay. It was just me complaining about things. So probably since the beginning? Really? Well, that's awkward. Alright. Well, we'll see. I don't remember how long. I could have sworn I checked that my awkward. What did I learn right now? Hang on. I don't we're gonna have to double check. It might have been a while, but oh well. That's okay. It'll just be a silence thing, right? Huh. Well, thanks for the check. Not sure of how long. I know the WaniKani one was not muted, so that's good. We're learning Chinese right now. Or Mandarin. Let me see. So where was I? My chain of thoughts again.
木，
Oh, meaning. 就是. Place them.
不对，
你这样做是不对的。
半天，
我花了半天找这本书。
网， 喜爱，
他非常喜爱看书。
Do I have Chinese origins? I do. I'm somewhat of a heritage person for Mandarin. Joyous plus joyous is to be fond of. Oh. I'm thinking of something else. It's fine. Now I'm thinking about how long I've been muted. So that's kind of on my mind right now.
高大，
高大的建筑。
几，谁， 坏人，
他不是一个坏人。
借，
Uh-oh. The hardest two languages? Well, I'm a heritage speaker, and also I'm a hobbyist for Japanese, Chinese, so not the two hardest languages. You require context for that. Let's see. Umbrella and legs. Where does the umbrella and legs? It's still introduced, right? Do I watch anime or Japanese content? Yes. Both. Not or. And yes. I do. Since I was 5. Ada.
回答，
请回答我的问题。
Favorite anime? It's whatever I saw most recently. So right now I'm watching One Piece. I'm on episode 226. Started about 3 weeks ago. Sure.
坏事，
坏事可以变成好事。
It's your favorite? I see. Yeah, it's a very classical form of questioning. So, whatever I'm currently watching is probably my favorite anime if I chose to watch it. The anime I watched before was the anime movie Look Back just recently, in between the first 100 and the second 100 episodes. And then before that was the entire series of Mo Dao Zuqi, and then Vinland Saga, and then all of Attack on Titans. And before that, we watched other animated things like Arcane Season 2. Let's see. So how did I... No, that's yeah.
子，
Did you link click? It's Chinese. Did you see link click? I did not. What is that about? You can add that link. Oh yeah, I haven't seen this yet. Link click. I did see the posters of these things though. Intriguing. I'll have to give this a watch. Is this still airing? Or has it ended? Season 2 season. Oh, it's still airing. Interesting. I'll give it a shot. Sounds good. It's the first wave of Chinese anime, you guess? I think King's Avatar was before this, wasn't it? 2021. I think Kingdom, I mean, technically, I guess you're talking about made by Chinese or Chinese. Or like made by Chinese comment. In that case, so I think King's Avatar isn't. It might be actually. Let's double check. Pretty sure King's Avatar came first. It's a series about esports. It's from 2000. It's a web series that got turned into an anime, or sort of. It's complicated, but I think it's on Crunchyroll too. It's about esports. It's kind of cheesy. There's a live action show about it too, which makes it even more cheesier. Someone wanted to watch it, and I was like, all right. And I was like, it's pretty funny. This is King's Avatar is the wave of like SAO and stuff, like post SAO stuff. So where things are always being turned into a video game, right? That kind of thing. I probably say the closest thing is probably, it's not an isekai though, but it might as well be an isekai. Isekai, whenever you're watching the show, most of the stuff is rendered as though they're the avatar. I would probably say it kind of reminds me if it was solo leveling without the isekai. Oh, you like isekai? Well, this one is like, if it's still real life but isekai. So it's solo leveling before, without literally being in a different world. The guy is like OP, that kind of thing. Power trip, going on a power trip. You gotta love the power trip thing. Speaking of solo leveling, right? I'm waiting for the second season to conclude before I start watching second season. 电影。
电影，
这是我最喜欢的电影。
It speaks so far. That's good to know. Good to hear. I'm also waiting on Sakamoto Day, right? That's airing right now. I'm waiting for the conclusion of the first season of Orb, which someone else suggested. So I typically watch when the seasons conclude. Otherwise, I watch whatever is already concluded, because I don't really have all the time to do it. Dun.
身影，
一个高大的身影。
What are you currently watching? Got anything something super recent? I think in terms of that type of thing, probably Dan is the more recent one that I can think of that is making waves. And they already teased the second season, right? 4 will only have 1 season because the manga is only 8 volumes long. It's really good. The best anime you've seen this year. I can't wait to watch it. I like the there's a person that I've been talking to for the last couple weeks that brought that show up. I like the premise of that show. It tugs at my background like when Dr. Stone first came out. I didn't watch the other seasons yet, but Dr. Stone season 1, the premise is talking about science in general and things dealing with historical relevance is great. Obviously, most anime deal with philosophy in general. Like Attack on Titan has a lot of philosophy in it. Most of the shonen stuff deals with philosophy, but at a very loose end. But the ones that really go in, it's pretty solid. Like Monster has a lot of philosophy in it. But I don't necessarily think people watch Monster for philosophy. Royalty.
肉体、
出卖肉体，
So are you interested in language learning? Have you been language learning on your own? When you say Japanese and Chinese, I chose the 2 hardest. It sounds like you probably do language learning. That's a very topical, trendy thing to say about Japanese and Chinese. How are you going about that? If you are. I probably asked this a couple times before. I feel like your name, although that number might have been different, I do recognize the name. Gun thing.
干净、
这城市一直都很干净。
Uh-oh. 视觉。
视觉、
视觉敏锐，
视觉。真 Okay. A ghost and soil. Oh boy. What was the ghost and soil thing? Welcome to NHK and Sunny Boy or Peak Philosophy? Oh yeah. Welcome to NHK deals with the NEET. Yeah. The NEET situation. I didn't watch Sunny Boy. Maybe that'll be something. You learn English right now. You're French. Ooh. This person Gecko. Gecko is a Belgian, and he is learning, or he is keeping up with his French. He's like paralleling me with his Spanish. He's ahead in Spanish, and he also likes Japanese. No, probably more Japanese than I do. Interesting. French. How do you go about learning English? Right now, we were talking about Romance languages for a bit since I started up Spanish again. Spanish was my first Romance language. some 20 years ago. And we just started up again. Let's see. So ghost and soil. Who is in the fields? Right? Ghost and soil. Oh, it's something about slamming the ground, right? Slamming the ground in the bathroom. Who is bopping the ground though? Casper? No. You finish school, so just by immersion. Immersion is the best way. I could see why you think that. Very trendy way to say it. Someone, I guess, human being. Someone yesterday was talking about using a service called Dreaming Spanish for Spanish, and so the way you say immersion is the best way sounds like what most immersion people would say. Very trendy. I think immersion is almost like a cult-like status when it comes to intellectual learning. So you learn by immersion. Hopefully that's going well. So someone is bopping the soil and then ghost comes up. It's kind of like a whack-a-mole. It was dealing with whack-a-moling. Intellectual learning? Yeah. As in what you're saying, immersion is the best way. You're efficiency learning. Efficiency learning. So when you say best way, you're talking about being efficient. In my opinion, that's probably how you came to that saying immersion is the best way. The qualifications of that statement probably is based on efficiency learning. Intellectual learning is learning by curiosity. It's a little different, but you can still be intellectually curious about your efficiency. To present like a different perspective, the way I learn things is guided more by curiosity than efficiency. So the reason why I would say that is someone who's guided by curiosity wouldn't go and immediately say something is the best way, but part of the way, part of the process. There are more than one way to do many things, and you don't have to do one way. Especially learning. Yeah, we're going to buy this. Let's see. It's bathroom, so let's guess. it's very much the phrasing for lots of people who are in their immersion stage of learning, or where they spend a larger majority of time using immersion. Generally speaking, learning comes at a continuum with multiple steps and different proportions or frequencies of holistic approaches to learning. Like in the beginning, you can have a disproportionate frequency, and then so when you say immersion is the best way, you kind of give me an idea of where your English is, right? And that's probably very appropriate for that time. I think even the most devout cult-like immersion, OG immersion people, they have a curriculum that's designed where you do like a disproportionate or a distributed amount of immersion along with other things. So you get like a transition point. So after a certain stage, yeah, I would agree, for efficiency's sake, immersion may be a very attractive way. Yeah. Late game. Sort of. Late game. For efficiency. Generally late game for efficiency. Like for example, my English, I still continue to learn English, right? But it's rarely about immersion or English. That's when you get into like specialized territory. So when you specialize territory, immersion will diminish your specialized language. Kind of like your French, I suppose. If you're still continuing to learn French to this day. Some people choose not to. I think in the United States, most people stop being motivated to learn about English after maybe college at most. I continue to develop my English. But immersion is not what I use for English development. So late game, you kind of, it's up in there. In fact, I've learned a lot about English while learning a different language, so that can be very helpful. We're just gonna skip this. I can't think. It's a lump. That was the clue. It was the lump. Oh, it's Koopa. Only with literature or certain very specialized words on science fields? I disagree. That's an overgeneralization. I can give you one prime example. The internet. An adult, a specialized adult, could choose not to acquire new terminology from internet jargon, and that doesn't require specialized words in the science field. Overgeneralization. So you still have to acquire things like slap, fire, lit. So if you choose not to, then yeah, you can not communicate with people of Gen Z and Gen Alpha internet if you so choose, but they're still English. How am I gonna remember this? So Koopa Troopa. Kwai. Soil ghost emerges from the lumps. Yeah. So they were playing whack-a-mole in the bathroom of the high school. Alright. 书 snake in words. Bathroom? Should be neutrons in the bathroom? That sounds about right.
书记，
我是他的书记。
Book? Book word. Oh, whoops. That's school text. Book text or lesson text. Oh no, secretary. Oh, secretary. The book. Remember. Okay. Book remember. Dang.
生病，
他昨天生病了。
很累，
我今天很累。
Okay.
错，拿手，
他开车很拿手。
大师，
快
快，
教室
教师，
我要问教师几个问题。
齐，
What the heck was what did they want for T? Period of time? Yeah, we gotta add time. Okay.
身体，前年，
我前年这时候在中国。
电子，
我喜欢看电子书。
车票，
你搭公车需要车票。
绝，
Fences, yeah. Fair enough.
难忘，
他的笑容令人难忘。
Oh, that's angry. Oh no, sorry. Memorable, unforgettable. Dang it.
难，
Kill.
休想，
休想让我做你的借口。
All right. Slightly triggered today. Distracting thoughts. Now I gotta find out how long I was muted today. I might have accidentally hit the button, but I don't think it's the whole time. That's a lot of stuff. We'll go over those. All right. So. Hey. Go over our stuff. And move on to Spanish. Alright, so what's our new thing? This is nerd. Nerd. Snake. Turned into snake, and it was in the bathroom. I mean, it was in the basement. G. T folding. Folding stool. Again. Pawn shop? Yeah. Yen. Yen. This was also Yoshi. No, this was Casper. Right? Casper Tai. Tai. Women, mouth. Oh, skip that for now. Boom. Jing. Ying. Infirmary. Yoshi. Cause. Oh, Yoshi's in front of his mouth got really big. Can't go in because of his mouth. Yeah. Okay. Long. This was. What does it have to do with mouth? Oh, lipstick. Lipstick. So. In the house, dressed up. Rule? Yes. Okay. So, 就是就是 is precisely. Okay. That's one I was missed. 帮忙 送给 图书馆 图书馆图书馆认识旁边南边 lots of beans all sorts of beans 两边右边岁月这边那边左边北边let's see Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the house. Trying to transform himself. He transformed himself into a snake. A snake. So, okay. Yoshi. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, sucking up folding stools. Again and again. If someone keeps leaving a folding stool in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Casper is in a classroom in the high school, hanging out with a nerd who also happens to be a genius for help. Rudolph is inside the house, dressing up like a woman and putting on lipstick. For what reason? What is the definition of this? Rule? To be like. Oh, to be like a woman. Woman reindeer. Okay. And then we have Gandalf. Gandalf outside of the temple. Sharing his collection of fins. Fins and elbows with the public. And Jimmy Neutron is outside of the infirmary. With a Chinese pound. Wait, where's Chinese pound at? Oh, he's outside collecting something to pay off the bills. A pound of something. Raking leaves? It could be anything. And he knows that a pound is 0.6. That's all I got. Something about his medical bills. Okay, Yoshi is in front of the infirmary as well. This is probably where I got. His mouth got gigantic. Too gigantic. Something caused his mouth to get big. He doesn't know what. But because his mouth is so big, he can't enter the infirmary. And then we have Walter again. Walter White. Oh, the king of cooking. We're gonna say the king of cooking. So he's coming back to the basement to fetch his scepter. Right. Of the chapel. To eventually fetch his scepter. To become king of cooking. Use your imagination what that cooking is. Alright. We've got a lot of things to cover here for today. So dacha is a synonym error. It's a nuance error, but We're fine. Whoops. I was being lax with my English. Right. To take a taxi. To get a taxi. Xiai. That's a legacy issue. Hi. Fond, right? To be fond. That's me not thinking. Fine. We've been okay with this for the most part. Time. This was a synonym. Being lazy. Or T. I wrote time, but they want period of time. Won't see that much anymore. This one, again, this one is a lapse of judgment too. None. Nang Wang. Hard to forget, right? Hard to forget. So memorable, unforgettable. I think this was Tower? Watchtower? Watchtower, Turkey. Wow. Right. Unforgettable. That's a human error. Can't be helped. Let's be more consistent. Chu. Oh, this one. This is the first one. It's a problem. Chu Ji. To remember the books. The secretary. That's kind of a rough one. Chu Ji. No way around it. You remember the books. You're the secretary. This was a jerk reflex error, so that's fine. Nothing to concern ourselves with that. Maybe I'll write a new mnemonic for that one. The secretary. So this is K. I mean, I wrote the wrong answer and I immediately said K after. Not too bad. We'll be fine. And the mnemonic still sticks too. It's Kermit the Frog in the bathroom getting lessons from fruit. 请假is a synonym. So far we have one. That's a problem. 请假. Which one was this? Was this the zipper? Sorta. Right, 请假. Synonym. Like, to ask. To request. You know. To ask for leave. Various ways to write this. Oh, this one is our second problem. So lump. We have to think soil. Soil. I think these are separate strokes. Soil. So Koopa. Koopa, not too many Koopas. Koopa, soil, whacking soil, and ghost comes out. Lumps of soil. And it was in the bathroom. Why? And it uses all the components, so there's not much to go around this other than understanding lump. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. Okay. Although we can use vocabulary words to get to it, like the next one. Which, oh no, not like the next one. How did I screw this one up? Huang Kuai. Huang Kuai. Oh, lively. Oh, that's because I was thinking of a different Kuai. I think I'd write joyous. But Huan, I didn't weave in Huang Kuai. Huan was Hulk in front of the pawn shop, and a stork came by to serve him a bill, and he smiled and like strangled the stork until it was happy, or something like that. We're gonna have to look at this too. This one is a little weak. Oh, how do you do Sork? It's like this, then boombox, and then a turkey, right? And then we have the bill. Yep. And then Kwai. What was this? This was lively. That was the problem, not the read. And then we have T O. The whole. Air. T hull. Air after. Oh, climb. Oh, to wait. It is a wait. Air. You have to wait and see after a while, which is climate. So climate was fine. Ho was not. Ho was Harry Potter in the bakery. There is a context clue for this, where Slenderman locked him in the bathroom with a rod, sitting on a curling iron, throwing darts, and craving a croissant. For the bakery. So Ho. And then I sense a pattern with D. It looks like everything comes back to this sometimes. This was G. Didn't know it was I thought it was in the bathroom, but it's in the basement. D. Folding. Chair. I didn't know the location, right? Yeah, pawn shop. Again. Right, yes. And then 就是六 and then 是 So what did I say about this? I said that I need to take into account the alternative at once, right? So at once to be. If it's to be at once, it's precisely. That's what we're gonna use. I think it actually works out. I just didn't remember the at once thing. Okay, so let's check Uji. So Uji, how do we combine these for secretary? There's a mouth. I don't actually know what this is. Oh, it's a pen plus soil? There's gotta be more to this, right? Pen plus soil, mouth, words, remember, or self. Ugh. So what? One is one's own secretary because the self needs to use words and write words and also say words to oneself to remind themselves of things they need to do or act as one's own secretary. We'll use that. And then for the ghost thing, whoa, I think this is just stuck on rote memory at this point. So Koopa Chupa, Koopa was in the bathroom. Oh man, and it's like in the bathroom of the high school. Like it could be anywhere. So Koopa is in the bathroom of the high school playing whack-a-mole on lumps of, I think lumps is what I need to remember. Lumps of soil, and when he whacks them, ghost comes up. I'm gonna look at something here actually. I think there are synonyms that I added. Arts, maybe. And then what was our other one? Unforgettable. No, not unforgettable. This is Kwai. So Huan Kwai. I don't know what the Huan. I thought that was joyous. Joyous and happy put together is lively. Pretty sure it should. Let's look. Oh, Kwai is fast. Whoops. Oh, joyous fast. Oh, that's probably why I screwed this up. Kwai, I was using, they were thinking of fast and quick. But Kwai is also happy. Okay, so that's my bad actually. So it's fast, happy, which makes sense. So we're okay with that. Fast, happy, and then do we got anything else for lump? Chunks and peace. Ooh, do we have any vocabulary words yet? No, we don't have any vocabulary words yet. Okay, so this one's down to rote memory. For the mnemonic. If not, just gotta remember lump, Koopa. Okay, that's good. This is about average. Although it does feel terrible after the last couple days where we were like hitting it pretty well. But this is about the average amount. Where were we? Like around 93 or 94% at the speed we were going. Yeah. An hour and a half? Oh, it's a little over an hour and a half, but we were talking about other things too. Okay. All right, so that's it for our Chinese session. I don't know how long I was muted. It'd be interesting to know. Maybe I was muted since the beginning of the HanziHero session, or I might have been triggered and I was like typing and I accidentally hit my mute button. My mute button is actually the forward space. Yeah, the forward space, a forward slash. So we'll see. If so, it's business as usual. I probably said the same thing. You know, we went over our mistakes, go through our lessons. I recited nothing out of the ordinary today, other than trying to figure out some of the mistakes that I was making. I think the thing that was really mentioning to myself is I have to add context clues for the location of a place. So whenever I pause on something, like on a lesson, it says, "Ooh, that can be troublesome," is probably when the activity needs context for a place. Because like Kwai, for example, Kwai, it could be anywhere. When you're like smashing, right? When you're smashing the ground, the lumps of soil, it could happen anywhere. Like the high school, the beach house, the house. It's absurd enough to happen anywhere. So if I lose the final, I won't know where it is anymore. Like it could be Koopa anywhere. So in the future, I have to keep in mind that whenever I say something is trouble, I might as well get ahead of it and create a location. Something that's wonderful about some of the mnemonics is things like ho, which I didn't sit long enough to figure it out, largely because I was trying to push my speed. So ho, the reason why it's always going to be the bakery is because part of the mnemonics mentions baked goods. So it's in the bakery. And actually, I think the bakery is nearly one of the more consistent ones. The other one is monks. Monks are mentioned for the temple. Beach house is often san. San ends up being mentioned for the beach house. Electricity often involves electronics. So there's electronics that give away the electricity plant. The house is like freeballing. You're freeballing all the time if it's happening in the house. Hello there, Sub-Zero. The barn is good. The barn usually involves cows, manures, cow and manure. So there are weak ones. I think the pawn shop can be a little weak. The high school is somewhat weak. Although it does involve other students sometimes. So whenever there's something missing, we're gonna add it for the finals. I think the finals are much needed somewhere. That led to, I think, how many things? Actually, it's not that bad. It's three concerning mistakes, right? The other ones are resolved in the long run. So, all right. So that's the end of our HanziHero session. How much time do I have? So I have 2 hours. Okay. So maybe most of this video is going to be muted. Sorry, I apologize in advance. Forgot to unmute myself, but that's very uncharacteristic. So I'm pretty sure it's probably because I accidentally hit my button when I was typing very quickly. We'll see. So if you're gonna watch this later, enjoy me talking to no one or being unaudible, right? If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So until next time, 下次见, right? 下次见. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, fill up on water, and I'll be back for Duolingo Spanish. Thank you. Oh, welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día cuatro. It is day 4. Welcome, and we have started ironing out our routine in the beginning, right? We're still playing loosey-goosey with all the things that we're doing in terms of Spanish because we got to normalize into a rhythm right now, and it's like the Wild Wild West at this point. Also, by the way, Sub-Zero, did you squeeze more time in your hunting escapades? Or are you burned out completely now? What say you on the Monster Hunter front? Alright, so we're gonna review our things. Played a bit, but right now you're catching up on projects. Ooh, what kind of projects do you have? Alright, so for Unit 3, we're gonna do our usual kind of a makeshift thing now. So Unit 3, we're doing 1 unit a day because it's extremely fun. So we're playing catch up on our Spanish. So get around in a city. It's not going to be comprehensive. We're going to go as quickly as possible of the stuff that we have. So cities, we have locations, right? So el banco, la calle, like la calle, el supermercado. It's funny, the house is like La Casa is not even on this list yet. Bank, street, supermarket. That's fine. Let's cerrado to be closed, right? Cerrado. It was objects. Maleto. Maleta. La maleta. I'll have to check that one. El boleto. El pasaporte. You just finished coding an elevator system. Oh, that's interesting. Like a literal elevator? Next projects are to implement a prefetcher for computer cache. Oh, and another is a data bus verification. You can't wait till this is over. I'm sure you're learning quite a lot. What is a bus again? What is a data bus? Like, I don't remember in what nature is a bus. Oh, thanks for that. Autobus. El autobus. Wait, were there any other forms of transportation? I don't think so. Oh, wait. Oh, el aeropuerto. We have our passport, tickets, and then we have some locations. Oh, we have the preposition a, to, en. Also possessions, me, who, I don't think. No, that's it. aquí, está, or location usage. Está. Holy, how are you writing so fast? Yeah, it's a mini physical elevator that they have at the lab here. Okay. And it has to be programmed in C. Oh, intriguing. Honestly, it sounds super simple, but as soon as I started, you went down so many rabbit holes. Like if someone pressed that they want to go to floor 4, but then afterwards someone pressed that they want to go down from floor 3, it should handle floor 4 first. Yes. Yes. Isn't it great when you have to... Hey, I don't know if you have this feeling, but when I did my foray into programming language, it helped my logic so much. Like, what I mean by that is, it's not like my logic is broken, but it demonstrates the leap of logic when you're trying to see something as a generalization, right? So for example, when you see a task, you become well aware of what you automatically do in terms of leap of logic. And leap of logic allows us to be more efficient, right? We leap through a lot of things because inherently, whenever another situation occurs, we intuitively adapt to that leap of logic. But then when you go to program something, you realize that, oh wait, there's a leap of logic. Like, what happens if this came first and this came second? There's an order to the stuff. And I absolutely love programming languages. I think outside of learning a different language, right, like Spanish, Japanese, generally that should get you into it too, like when you're comparing it to your native language. But most people don't do that. People don't do like cross-talking or this type of thing, because I already had a conversation with someone just recently, and then another conversation yesterday about the whole immersion thing, right? Immersion, OG immersion, and comprehensible, some sort of application of comprehensible input as well. That's great and all, but man, learning a computer language, like a compute language, really does wonders for like tickling the logic sensors. I think the vast majority of my refinement of English logic, like thought logic, end up being very influenced by my Python days, the days when I had to wrap my head around Python, and then creating like switches and loops and especially incursion. Incursion, man. Okay, let's go back. There was about like 17 things. So this was fine. This was fine. Are there any more objects? I don't think there are any more objects. Oh, dinero. We have dinero. El dinero. Oh, and taxi. El taxi. Yeah, it's been fun but frustrating too. I think you'll enjoy here. You gotta find some ulterior motives to have it fun. Just think about it this way. Or at least my incentive, my plug for this type of thing. It's so frustrating, but man, when you start doing like debates, when you start talking to other people and having arguments, or like systematic questions and generalization, the internet is your oyster, Sub-Zero, to apply compute logic to most things. It's so much fun to do that, to like exercise and practice getting into the mood of things. Like you read a video comment, right? Or you read someone who does an overgeneralization. Immediately you're like, okay, well, let's get through our conditionals. How many parameters and conditionals do we have to pass through before this person's logic is sound? You know, someone tells you this is the best thing since sliced bread, and immediately your compute logic would tell you, okay, I have so many questions. Let's start with asking questions about every single parameter in which they can qualify that this is the best. So you're trying to get an output, right? Your output is that whatever this thing is the best. But how do you prove that this thing is the best? You need to collect all your parameters. You pass all your parameters and they have to meet all those checks. So when you think about all the checks, upper limit and lower limit stuff, you have all your makings of places where you can either refute their claim or they have to rebuttal and support and pass those conditional checks. It's wild, but it's a lot of fun. I do it all the time, like by habit. So what happens is whenever someone says, like, it's low-hanging fruit kind of thing. So if you have to pass like an all condition, right? Oh, or like the best condition, it's very ideal. So you immediately start thinking, okay, well, it's not true for the very following reasons until that person rebuttals, right? All the time, all the time. Yeah, pretty much, nearly all the time. It's like part of my facet of my thinking these days. I don't know if that's what you're thinking when you're doing programming logic, but I think the frustration comes from the convenience that our brain does when it comes to leaps of logic. Like, here's one that's really funny most of the time. You can probably find examples of this in programming. When you open something, don't forget to close it before you proceed. I'll let you, you probably have some anecdotes of where that ends up breaking your pipeline. But you forget to activate something and then deactivate it, so then you can proceed. Sometimes you activate something, you forget to deactivate the previous thing, and then you activate another thing, and it causes a crosstalk between the first thing and the second thing, and your whole like program breaks down, and you're wondering, why is this happening? And the moment you realize, like, oh yeah, I've got to turn off something that I didn't need to turn off. Or like, for example, opening a door and stepping through the door, you know, turning around, close the door, turn back around, and proceed, as opposed to opening the door and going through. And just assuming like the door, leaving the door open and whatnot is okay, right? Computers, you gotta guide them. Okay, so what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think that's all of them. That's most of them, anyways. I think it helps understand the process a lot. So I thought learning another language would kind of do this too. However, I think from my experience, it doesn't do it as much as I think it does. When you're learning a language, especially a programming language is inherently going to make you think of the process. You have to be a process-oriented thinker. It's so difficult to be a goal-oriented thinker in order to be successful in coding, because coding is inherently process-oriented. In language, you might think it would be, but I think the vast majority of people distill it down to a top-down approach. So like, how do you learn the language the fastest way? Go hang around with native speakers. So you're relying, which can be true, right? It can be true. It is true that it's a fantastic way to learn something. Is it the best way? Maybe. I'm not sure about that. However, it is a way. It's a top-down way of learning. You input without and you hope that your brain takes over, right? Your brain is doing all the process-oriented thinking. You don't need to cautiously think about it. And it's very appealing. It's one of the most appealing ways to learn a language. You synthesize the language subconsciously, right? The whole idea is if you slam enough input into your head top down, you're going to subconsciously understand and be able to produce the language. That's one way. That's why our brains are so amazing. Now, does it mean that process-oriented conscious learning does not work, like period? It doesn't work at all or in any way? I would beg to differ. I think it's a little bit of both. So oftentimes a great example of that is understanding a programming language. When you understand a programming language, that is something that, in my opinion, is a great antithesis to a natural language. Now, some people can say, oh, well, they're only talking about natural languages. It's like, okay, that's fair. Like, if you qualify that it's about natural languages, then sure. But for me, learning a programming language also allows you to appreciate process-oriented, conscious, process-oriented learning. And I was just talking to someone else recently about trying to differentiate between efficiency learning and intellectual learning, right? And it's a bit of a combination, but when it comes to efficiency learning, it's often about efficiency intuitively, not efficiency counterintuitively, because in programming language, it's not about efficiency, it's about nuance, exactness, right? So not only do people immediately get frustrated when they start a programming language, is they often think, well, why do I have to say all these things? Like, it's obvious that if you open a door, you're going to walk through the door, right? Why do you have to specify opening the door? And then, like, even more than that, if there isn't a module to move the object, and the object's module to move positions require positions, like, for example, door, you move hand to door, slide door open, put hand back down, right? Move right leg forward, move left leg forward. Like, it can get all the way down to the nitty-gritty of process-oriented thinking. And that involves specialized things like science. When you think about methodology, you have to concern yourself with process-oriented things. Now, sure, that might not be the most efficient way to learn language. This is the very common, in my opinion, analogy that I can come up with about the cult-like status of immersion learning, which was prompted by actually yesterday and today from a person. The idea is your brain makes things really efficient, and you might as well leverage that for language learning. But dare I say, start a programming language, and then it really do be getting deeper into how kids may have actually learned. I know there's a bunch of facsimile of people talking about, oh yeah, as a kid we learn how to do this and learn how to do that and the language, and then immersion is great because it mirrors what we did as a kid in some ways. And I say in a lot of meaningful ways it mirrors what we did as a kid. However, you can't remember what it's like when you didn't know how to walk or didn't know how to mechanically make a sound. Well, in programming language, all of the syntax, there's still shortcuts. Like Python is relatively high on the list. C++ is even lower language. But when you have to constructively even make up all the syntax and the logical steps, then that to me is a great challenge to the idea that no, you can learn a language consciously with process-focused things, not necessarily intuitive, but you can combine all of them, right? At some point, it's kind of both. You need like a goal or a thing to do before you break it down into the process that's necessary for that, like make an elevator or something. You think the most valuable thing this project has given you is troubleshooting. Despite all the time it has failed when clicking run code, I'm happy that I have been to have that. Oh yeah, that's why. Realization more quickly than before when analyzing, when reanalyzing a code. Isn't that so amazing? I think that's coding made me really appreciate catching my own mistakes and troubleshooting, because it's so mechanically logical, right? It's so mechanically logical that with due diligence you can correct them. That's one of those things where when you're learning a natural language, right, there's nebulous nature in a natural language, like, oh, will my accent be okay, or if I talk to a native, there's a lot of nebulousness, right? And that makes learning natural language have its charm. And on the flip side, coding languages is nearly the opposite. It's conscious due diligence. It's laborious at first, in my opinion. I agree, because most of the time we don't operate like that. We operate on the convenience of intuition and like subconscious automation due to repeated exposure. And to me, I'm glad you do programming, honestly. I'm not surprised. And here's the better coincidence, in my opinion. A lot of times, people who are interested in learning another language, at least on the internet, tend to have an interest in computer science, right? And then the computer science deals with programming. The weird thing is, I don't see how some people fully embrace, I mean, firmly solo immersion, right? When there are other skills that can be acquired by conscious process-oriented things. Now, it might not be specifically for language learning itself, like a natural language, but man, constructed languages, it has the other like characteristics. So whenever like someone comes up and generalize things like that, it tends to give away what their preferences are. Yeah. But which, by the way, if there's anything that's more stereotypical than Duolingo, it's probably immersion is king. That's probably the comment that occurs far more frequently than even I use Duolingo. Cult-like status, right? And I could get into a huge digression about it, but we're gonna do this in the interest of time for now. I have a running hypothesis or a running opinion piece on how to negotiate what it's like to be someone who likes to take a holistic approach to learning things like coding and problem solving versus constantly falling into a rabbit hole of overgeneralizing and relying solely on a single way of thinking. Because a single way of thinking is incredibly efficient as long as you focus on it, right? And self-motivated and pre-selected to be dedicated to the belief that the system works. I think placebo is very powerful, even in the pre-selection process. And when someone says, oh, there's evidence to support this, pre-selection is terrible. Like, sampling in general, in my opinion, does not meet at least my standards for providing that it is adequate to support certain theories, like immersion only kind of theory. In my opinion, it's a hot take, but I believe in both. Just both in general. You're curious, was there coding in your molecular biology? There wasn't. At the moment, cellular, it was a CMDB program. So cellular, molecular, structural biology umbrella departments tend to be independent of computational like bioinformatics. They are part of the engineering department a lot of times. So you take the thing about the programs in graduate school is your boss can approve and your department can approve extracurriculars that are necessary for your thesis. So if you require, like for genetics, high throughput sequencing data and stuff, if you require to take some of those things, you can hop over to the engineering department or the comp science department. They're kind of like one in the same, like, general area. They're kind of next to each other. So I took a engineering class. It might have been a comp science class. I'm not sure which department. It might be in both departments. You feel like this wasn't a thing in the past, but recently it seems like coding is used as a tool in every single STEM major. It is. I would agree. It and still is used as a tool in most STEM majors. They didn't have that appeal at first. What I mean by that is, you're in your 20s, right? They have been in the STEM major for a really long time already. It's part of the STEM major. The difference is now is that coding is different now. It requires a more aptitude, but tools like that and knowing how to use tools like that have existed predating both of us, probably. Probably not predating me, but you might have been like a teenager when it became a thing. So like, since the advent or introduction of personal PCs, right, and maybe even a little before, I don't know, it was fairly early on when being able to use these tools was a requirement. Now, coding of those tools, like being able to create your own tools, that is definitely a recent addition. And it was still a recent addition when I graduated around 10 years ago. It's weird because you feel like coding has almost become a core subject now. Your girlfriend told me that her little sister has Python in her math class. I was like, what? She's like 12? I think it's great. That's cool that she has Python, especially Python. Python is easily the closest natural bridge, in my opinion, from natural language to native, right? Instead of using word natural, native, it's the highest native programming language. So then you can go deeper into a lower native language, languages that are farther from native. And I think that's a great way to teach or apply logic and process-oriented thinking and problem solving. That's pretty sweet, in my opinion, to know that in fact, having it in math class is fantastic, because if you have to do proofs like stems, right? STEM majors require process-oriented thinking, scientific method. I can't tell you, reading, at least from the people that are around my age now, or like maybe somewhat your age, when they go around and think about methodology, it falls well short, in my opinion. Not in the sense of short for practical use. I think for everyday use outside of the STEM majors, you don't require this type of like logical thinking and whatnot. But Python, and then later coding in general, really does prime people to exercising a conscious level of methodology design. So instead of relying on intuition and like haphazard leaps of logic and synthesis, you're more inclined to normalize being incredibly pedantic, like to the point where some people who think they're being pedantic, they're jumping on lots of steps. I think if you're interested in the STEM, if you're involved in any form of STEM career, it requires some sort of discipline in logical systems. And you don't have to take logical systems. For example, like logical systems is like terrifying. You know, it's kind of like you don't have to take psychology to understand behavioralism and conversationalism, right? You don't necessarily have to do that. However, it's very great. It's like a nice primer. If you get frustrated by coding mistakes, that is a tail, and you can't like normalize it, or you choose never to normalize it, science is not for you, honestly. Like, I feel the chances are you'll be far happier in a creative process, like a feeling process, like artwork, construction, and like if you can't internalize that kind of thing, man, your methodology is gonna wreck your career, right? When you're writing methods, it's like the core. What does a methods is even looser than a Python script. Like, if you can Python script, in my opinion, you can probably do your due diligence to create a experimental method. I think nowadays what people qualify as an experiment with an adequate methodology, it's like hand waving, right? Imagine trying to explain how to acquire Spanish, for example, by using Duolingo, or how I was reading the advertisement, like the mission statement and the about section for Dreaming Spanish, which I think Human Being suggested because I wanted to know what the developers believe behind their design, Dreaming Spanish. And it was a whole host of he said, she said, these are the evidence. But when I look at the evidence, it has like a bunch of loopholes and concerns. And it basically was an immersion algorithm, right? An immersion thing built on using YouTube video formats, and it works really well, probably, as provided that all your given conditionals are true. Self-dedicated, monetarily invested, mindset invested, and also they're interested in the YouTube content that was curated, right? And then OG immersion works. If any of those fall short, it will depreciate the product, right? And when they were talking about like, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, no qualifications. Like, what aspect of this does not work? Why is it this way? What does these address? None of that is ever explained. When you're reading a product, right? When you're going on their product page, and Duolingo is the same, you go on their product page, it's usually truncated with a lot of inferences, presumptions, and targeted marketing. And that is not a place for STEM majors. STEM majors, when they read an advertisement, in my opinion, it's not that it's bad or good, it's the pragmatic use. When you read a statement, immediately, if you're not asking yourself like 16 or 17 different questions about the parameters of what this person is saying, because they're only telling you about the results, you know, they're using their results to present a methodology without metrics or how it came out to be, then you're in the right place. It's probably a STEM major. If you like programming, that's the first thing you ask. When someone tells you, oh, this worked for you, how? Explain. And then you're like, what do you mean how? Explain. Well, let's start with the first one. What was your time frame? What is your output? What are your inputs? How do you moderate upper limits and lower limits? What are the lower limits would be like break days. What do you do when you normalize break days? How are you measuring all these things? Those are the stuff that really gets you going, and they become like a regular thing when you're in a field, especially in a STEM field, in my opinion. It's really good. Yes, we used to have another math software to plot graphs when I had math in middle school and high school, like another math program. That's interesting. But it's not used in industry at all. Using that time to learn something like Python, where you can plot graphs and do lots of other stuff, is way better, in your opinion? That's fair. GeoGebra. Oh. GeoGebra. Oh, I get it. GeoGebra. Okay. It's way better. I can kind of see that when you're talking from an efficiency standpoint, like if it's not used in industry at all. I'm surprised that you didn't manage to extract disciplines from the math software. Okay, there's a leap of logic here, Sub-Zero. The leap of logic is you assume that no matter what you learn wouldn't be used in industry later. This is only after the fact. So that observation that you made is post facto. Where like, if you learn something, you're expecting it to be relevant in industry later. So if you started in middle school and high school on any program, like say you, the question is like logic, right? There's no way you would have known. Not saying it's useless, but if Python can do the same, it's also used in industry. That's why it wouldn't be later, only after the fact. If you start learning Python now in middle school and high school, you don't know if Python is going to be standardized in the industry later. You can try, but this is only after the fact. So logically speaking, you could be learning anything and always promoting the extraction of information and hoping that it'd be applicable later. So if I was a student, for example, in middle school and high school, I would extract whatever I think is the core foundation of that software and then hope that whatever industry later, it doesn't fundamentally change that fundamentals, right? So in the end, here is my rebuttal, my counter rebuttal, a slight rebuttal. But I still think, obviously, ideally, if you're learning something that's going to be used later, absolutely, that would be the most efficient way. However, if you don't know that, which you can't possibly know as a kid, and no one and people around you can't possibly guarantee you that it is, but in this case, I think the stuff that you're learning, the fundamentals will consistently transfer to later. And when you think about what is the most, like, when you say better in your opinion, it could be negligible. As in the things you learned with your software, it had the capacity to teach you all the fundamentals that makes adopting Python later negligible. And not only is, you might be thinking, well, then the other stuff is a waste, but then you have other ways of thinking when using Python. It's very difficult to qualify the value of something if it does not exist later in application, because it may never happen. That's what you're assuming. There's no value because it will never happen, or it may happen, just not right now. That's kind of like looking back on your old art pieces and didn't realize how much of an impact they had until it actually happened. So if it hasn't happened, it doesn't necessarily mean it's better or worse, because the logic dictates that just because it didn't happen yet doesn't mean it has no value, right? That's being a stickler, though. If you're gonna work, I love that Python is being taught at an early age, because it's been a long time coming. When I was learning Python, everyone was talking about, but what about C++, right? What about C, right? Oftentimes it's C versus Python. Now I was thinking, no, hear me out. Why not both? But I think Python even earlier than C, right? So you have that natural, smoother transition. So it's pretty cool to hear that your, what was it? Your girlfriend's little sister is having Python, because then she can transition into something else, which may not be an industry standard. Right now Python is pretty okay, but I don't think it's an industry standard. However, learning Python means that she'll have the basis and foundation for anything later, which is pretty cool, right? All right, for real now. We're definitely starting this. Okay, so here's what I remember from Unit 3. And also, I need to go over my mobile session. So yesterday, as I already mentioned, there's a podcast here on the mobile front. Podcast. So podcast was about, so Lily, the apathetic character, Lily was the hostess this time, as opposed to Lucy, and she overheard Laura talking about going to places, and Laura, like how I imagine you, Sub-Zero, sometimes. Is this you, Sub-Zero? I'm not sure if this ever happens to you. So she needs to go to places, but she forgot her passport and her ticket. I'm kidding. I don't think you're a forgetful person. And her ticket. And I think she left her passport in the museum. Museo. So that's, and then Lily made this really apathetic comment like, "Oh, all right. Well, I can't help you, can I? Thank you for sharing how you're forgetful and forgetting the passport and ticket when you have to go travel. Bye now." Like Lily's comment was very snide. It was pretty great. And then down here was the adventure. So adventure, and the adventure was getting a ticket. So you played as Lily, and Lily went to the counter that was run as B, and she wanted to purchase a ticket. So she wanted to get a ticket. However, B asked, "Where's your passport?" Pasaporte, right? And you had to direct Lily to her luggage, and it was a purple luggage to match her color. And then you had the choice of like a sandwich, a hat, sombrero, and teléfono, right? Your phone. And then there's the passport. So you grab the passport, and then you grab your ticket. And that was the adventure. It was kind of cute. There was a cat. It looks like that cat is canon. So the weird blue, like chubby, roundish looking cat was in it. So that's definitely canon. Anyways, that's the review for unit 3. Now we're gonna go into unit 4, which we have new things today. New things. We have stories. So this is a mix-up as well. So I don't know how far we're gonna go. How much time do we have? We have like about an hour and a half. We're gonna try to go through this and see how long it takes. And now we have 3 stories, but this story got rerouted. So the mobile thing for tomorrow, my evening mobile session, is we're gonna have to talk about the difference between mobile and this. So this part, the track is about this long, but they tweaked it. So now there's like a podcast in here somewhere, or exchanged out, and then there's the adventure still. But I think my experience is incredibly positive. It's so much fun. Like, obviously there's someone out there rolling their eyes like, well, language learning is not fun if you want to take it seriously. And I'm like, okay, I guess. 5. Okay, so we're ordering food and drinks. I love my favorite topic. One of my favorite topics.
Dos.
I guess now we learn how to count as well. Like ordering more than one thing. Maybe up to 5? Maybe 5? I can see it going no greater than 3. Like uno, right? Uno, dos, tres.
Tres.
Tres. El restaurante. El restaurante.
Restaurante.
Holy Oscar, please. You gotta cut me some slack. I can't do that.
Restaurante.
Oscar, please have mercy. Forget it. It's gonna take a restaurante. No, that's not happening.
Un restaurante.
Un restaurante.
Un restaurante.
Oh man, we're just gonna keep going.
Uno.
Uno,
1, 2, 3.
uno, dos, tres.
1, 2, 3.
Uno,
2,
dos,
3.
tres. Tres. Okay.
La
La
mesa.
mesa.
Una mesa.
Una mesa. Okay. Una mesa. Las personas. We have plural. Right now we have plural. Article.
Las personas.
Las personas. Las personas.
Para 2 personas.
Para dos personas. That's where I thought about 5. Like you have a group of 5 people or something. So this is para. So for our next preposition, for 2 people. So, para dos personas. Yo necesito una mesa.
Mesa.
Feminine, right?
Para
Para dos
personas.
personas. Una mesa, para dos, por favor.
Para. Por.
Oops.
Por.
Ah.
Por favor.
We don't get into typing until the second set, so... Oh, and I gotta remember to turn on my IME. Okay. Pescado.
El pescado.
El pescado. Oh, el queso. La carne. Yeah. La carne. I can't do it.
La carne.
La carne.
Carne.
Carne. I'm not doing the roll. I can't. It's still too
La
stiff.
carne.
La carne.
El
El
queso.
queso. El sandwich.
El sándwich.
Oh, el sandwich. I don't know why I said la. El sandwich. El sandwich.
Con queso.
Con queso. With. Okay.
Un sándwich de queso.
De queso. This is like or, right? Yeah. I'm doing like this hand motion, like one or the other. Right? De? Oh no. Just kidding. This is a modifier. Duh. This is the modifier duh. Right? Chinese duh. But de. That's kind of funny. I don't think I've ever made that connection before. Right? Pretty sure, because o is or. Un sandwich de queso. Yeah. I didn't even make that connection. Unlikely connection between the and de.
Un sándwich de pescado.
Pescado. Yes. Un sándwich de pescado.
Con pescado.
Con pescado. Okay.
Una hamburguesa, por favor.
Hamburguesa. Una hamburguesa, por favor. Okay. Okay.
Mesa.
Hola. Yo.
Queso.
Queso. Pescado. Con carne.
Carne.
Carne. Una hamburguesa. Por favor.
Favor.
Una.
Una hamburguesa.
Hamburguesa.
Hamburguesa de pescado.
Pescado.
Pescado. Okay. It's fine. We're still good. Sugar, right? Oh no. Azúcar.
El azúcar.
Azúcar. What?
El azúcar.
Azúcar. Oh, I can't do the R. El azúcar. El azúcar. Azúcar. It'll work itself out, I believe. El café.
Café.
Café? Question mark. Coffee? Café? Mi café con azúcar, por favor.
Azúcar.
Azúcar. El beso.
El
Yeah.
vaso.
El vaso. Oops. I don't want to talk about el vaso. Ah! Oh, I was thinking of glass. I wasn't la taza. I was thinking of glass. Oh no. Okay.
Una taza.
It's fine. A cup. Taza. Actually, I don't know what a cup is. Interesting. Taza.
El vaso.
El vaso.
Un vaso.
Un vaso. It's fine. It's fine. La naranja.
La naranja.
Naranja. El jugo, right? El jugo.
El jugo.
El jugo.
Un jugo de naranja.
Un jugo de naranja. Jugo. That sounds kind of weird, just saying in orange juice.
Un café sin azúcar.
Sin azúcar. Sin, without, right? So a coffee without sugar.
Sin azúcar, por favor.
Sin azúcar, por favor.
Por favor.
Sin leche, por favor.
Sin leche, por favor. Now milk, please. Easy peasy.
Queso.
Queso.
Taza.
Taza. ¿Dónde?
Tren.
Mesa. Okay.
La taza.
La taza. All right. El tomate. El tomate.
El tomate.
Tomate.
¿Con tomate?
Con tomate? Ensalada.
La ensalada.
La ensalada. Let me see. Why am I saying end? La salada. Ensalada. La ensalada. Oh, it's because I didn't say the article. That's right.
Una ensalada.
I don't remember salt being sal. Una ensalada. Okay.
La sal.
La sal.
Sin sal.
Sin sal. Okay.
Uno o dos.
Uno o dos. Yes, there's the O. One or two. Uno o dos.
O.
La ensalada con o sin. Oh, con o sin.
Sin.
Con o sin sal. Oh, I didn't even think about that. With or without. Con o sin.
La cuenta, por favor.
La cuenta, por favor. The check, right? The check, please. Cuenta. It's also amount, like just amount. So check is an amount of something.
Cuenta.
Account and bill. Yeah.
Yo
An account.
necesito la cuenta.
Yo necesito la cuenta.
Yo quiero pagar.
Yo quiero pagar. Pay. So I want to pay. Yeah, quiero is I conjugated, and pagar is one of the like the two phrases. Pagar. To pay. I want to sell it.
Yo.
Yo quiero una ensalada.
Quiero una ensalada.
Ensalada. Okay.
Yo
quiero pagar.
Pagar.
Pagar. Yo quiero pagar, pagar la cuenta.
Yo quiero
quiero
pagar
la
la cuenta.
All right. And that was it. That's a lot of vocabulary. What the heck?
La taza.
La
Un
taza.
jugo de naranja.
Un jugo de naranja. Right. Ella come pescado en el restaurante.
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 Yo quiero pagar la cuenta.
I'm gonna say it slower. Yo quiero pagar la cuenta. Cuenta.
Yo quiero pagar la cuenta.
La cuenta. Cuenta. I want to pay. Check. Yeah. Yo como una hamburguesa. Hamburguesa con carne.
¿Cómo?
I was trying to flick my tongue there.
Un
Didn't work.
sándwich de queso.
Un sándwich de queso.
Una hamburguesa. Por
Un-
favor.
Una
Una
hamburguesa. Por
Por
favor.
favor.
Un vaso de agua.
Un vaso de agua. Vaso.
Un jugo de naranja, por favor.
Un jugo de naranja. Por favor.
Una hamburguesa de pescado. Gracias.
Con queso? La mesa. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't know if anyone's done the little like childish thing, but I can't say this. It's explicative. I mean, it's explicit. Like there's like vulgarity, but I still remember kids back in the day when they say La Mesa! Exclamatory. I'll let you just like the desk, La Mesa. I remember there was a mnemonic where how do you remember that La Mesa is desk? You slam your hand on the desk like La Mesa. Fool, you know, whatever you want to put in there. But I still remember that those kids back in the high school days when kids like slammed their desks to say La Mesa in order to remember that it's table. Con queso? Because you're asking, do you want it with cheese? The table makes absolutely no sense.
Uno o dos.
Uno, what? Uno
Uno
o
o
dos.
dos.
Yes.
Una taza de café, por favor.
Una taza de café,
De café.
por favor.
Por favor.
Okay. All right, and then we're pretty good. Let's go legend this stuff. We're good. This stuff's good. Taza. Taza is the one that I'm not as
Sin
familiar with.
tomate, por favor.
Sin tomate, por favor.
Un sándwich, por favor.
Un sándwich, por favor.
Una hamburguesa de pescado.
De.
Dos. De.
Okay. Con pescado.
Con o sin azúcar.
Con o sin azúcar.
Lo o.
Un jugo de naranja.
Un jugo de naranja. Sí, sin azúcar, por favor. Azúcar.
La cuenta.
La cuenta, por favor.
Por favor.
Yo quiero pagar.
Yo quiero pagar. Okay. We have to type soon. After the story. Yo como una hamburguesa con carne.
¿Cómo?
Para ella, una ensalada sin tomate, sin sal, sin queso.
Okay, so now we
Gracias.
have the multiple choice responses added to the list now. So we have dialogues and responses now in Unit 3. So they're still expanding still. So para ella una ensalada sin tomate, sin sal, sin queso. Gracias. La mujer come... ¿Yeah? Una ensalada? Ensalada. They didn't want tomate and queso, which eliminates that. So that's kind of cool. That's fine. That's as efficient as you can get. Quiero pagar la cuenta, por favor.
Buenos días. Una mesa para dos, por favor.
Okay. La persona está en un restaurante, right? Restaurante.
Uno o dos.
Uno o dos. Necesito un beso de agua. Beso de agua, por favor. Un beso de jugo. Una taza de café.
Una.
So this is the gender verification. Una mesa para tres personas. Por favor. Every time I say personas, I'm thinking that I'm saying an English word because of persona, right? And now I'm thinking like, oh yeah. It sounds right because you say persona in general.
Dos.
Dos personas. Un restaurante. All right, now let's do our story. What is this about? Good morning. Okay. Time for a story.
Buenos días. Buenos días, Priti.
Priti is Vikram's wife.
Buenos días, mi amor.
My love, mi amor.
¿Dónde están mis llaves?
¿Dónde están mis llaves? Interesting.
¿Tus llaves?
¿Tus llaves? I guess. Yeah, I mean, she's just asking where it is. I'm not sure if she can't find it per se.
Sí, necesito ir al trabajo.
Trabajo, yeah, to work. I need to go to work, right? Ir al trabajo.
Necesito las llaves de mi carro.
Oh, is that a... Oh, that's a upside down, yeah. So, necesito... Oh! Whoa, jeez. I was gonna try to slide it in. Necesito las llaves... Las llaves de mi carro, yeah. De mi carro. Oh, and then they added the exclamation mark at the... Okay.
Priti, tus llaves están aquí, en la mesa.
I like the yeah. Pretty. Tus llaves están aquí en la mesa, right? On the table.
Perdón, mi amor, estoy cansada. Trabajo mucho.
Aww. Perdón, right? Perdón, mi amor, estoy cansada. I'm tired. Trabajo mucho. I worked a lot, right? Choose the options that mean tired. Oh. Cansada.
¿Quieres café?
¿Quieres café?
Sí, por favor.
Aquí está, mi amor.
Aquí está, mi amor.
¿Dónde está el azúcar?
Aquí está. Okay. Where the sugar is. What is putting sugar on her keys? Putting her coffee on the table, looking for sugar for her coffee, yeah.
Ella bebe su café.
What the heck? Oh, the narrator. They added a narrator voice.
Ella bebe su café.
So they're narrating that she's drinking the café.
Ay, no.
I know. ¿Qué?
¿Qué?
Eso es sal.
Eso es... Oh, rip. She grabbed the salt.
Pretty, estás muy cansada.
Yeah, you're very tired.
Sí, necesito más café. Con azúcar.
No,
No
con
con
sal. Oh, that's kind of cute. Riti was so tired that she put salt in her sugar, in her coffee. Trabajo. Cansada. Paro. Aquí. Por favor. Right. That's kind of a cute story. I love it. Can you legend this? Oh yeah, you can totally legend this.
Buenos días.
Buenos días, Pretty.
Buenos días, mi amor. ¿Dónde están mis llaves?
¿Tus llaves?
Okay.
Sí, necesito ir al trabajo. Necesito las llaves de mi carro.
Oh, they're the same. Interesting.
Pretty, tus llaves están aquí, en la mesa.
Perdón, mi amor, estoy cansada. Trabajo mucho.
Oh, and these are the
¿Quieres
same for
café?
legend.
Sí, por favor.
I love the ¿Quieres café?
Aquí está, mi amor.
¿Dónde está el azúcar? Ah, aquí está.
Ella bebe su café.
Ay, no.
¿Qué?
Eso es sal.
Pretty, estás muy cansada.
Sí, necesito más café. Con azúcar, no con sal.
Amor. Perdón. Buenos días. Aquí. Trabajo. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's continue. We have an hour. Okay.
Tú.
Tú.
¿Dónde?
¿Dónde?
Agua.
Agua. Uno.
Dos.
Uno. Dos.
El restaurante está cerrado.
Oh my gosh. El restaurante está cerrado. Ugh, so stiff. Stiff.
1, 2, 3.
Uno, dos, tres.
Yo necesito un restaurante.
Okay. I need a restaurant? I guess. Oh, we get to type now. Uno.
Para 2 personas.
Dos.
1, 2, 3.
Tres. Tres.
Una
Oh.
mesa para 3 personas.
Mesa. Uno necesito un restaurante. Restaurante. El restaurante. Está cerrado.
Hola, buenos días. ¿Una mesa para 3 personas?
La persona está en el restaurante. Okay. Una mesa para 2 personas. Una mesa para 2, por favor. Para 3 personas. Wait, does tres have a accent? No, it doesn't. It's only one syllable. Why am I asking?
La carne.
Oh, well, actually, you still have stress on it, even if it's one syllable. La carne. Or la carne. Whoops. I was supposed to click first.
Español.
Español.
Autobús.
Autobús.
Adiós.
Adiós.
Carne.
Carne.
Con carne.
Con carne. I'm trying so hard. Carne. I'm trying so hard to
Un sándwich de queso.
flap my tongue. Un sándwich de... ¿Eh? Queso.
Queso.
Con carne. Con carne.
Una hamburguesa con queso.
Queso.
Queso. Un sándwich, por favor.
Oh. I hit enter. I meant to hit the apostrophe. That's a problem. It's too close to the enter button.
Con
pescado. Okay, hold. Trying not to hit my sándwich.
Un sándwich de pescado.
Un sándwich de pescado. Oops. Okay. Con queso.
Una hamburguesa de pescado.
Pescado.
Para el niño, un sándwich de pescado. Gracias. Para ella, una hamburguesa.
Para el niño, un sándwich de pescado. Gracias. Para ella, una hamburguesa. Right. El niño come un sándwich. Una hamburguesa de pescado, por favor.
Una hamburguesa de carne, por favor. Con queso.
La hamburguesa es con queso. Okay.
Un sándwich, por favor.
Okay. Try not to accidentally stretch for my... Accidentally hit the enter button. Okay. Next one.
Un café con azúcar.
Un café con azúcar.
Pan.
Pan.
Dos.
Tú.
Vaso.
Vaso.
¿Un jugo de naranja?
Un jugo de naranja? ¿Ne? Oh, you jugo me. How dare you?
Un jugo de naranja. Jugo.
Okay. Sin leche, por favor.
Una taza de café, por favor.
Una taza.
Taza.
Okay. Sin azúcar, por favor.
Una taza de café.
¿Café? Café.
Un vaso de agua.
Vaso de
Una
agua.
taza.
Una taza. Okay. Un café.
Café.
Un café, por favor.
Por favor.
Ella come una manzana.
Manzana.
Yo bebo un jugo de naranja.
Jugo.
Right. Drink and eat. Un café. Café con azúcar. Okay. Un beso. Un café. Café sin azúcar. Alright.
La cuenta, por favor.
La cuenta, por favor.
Tomate.
Tomate.
Pescado.
Pescado.
Taza.
Taza. Gracias.
Yo necesito la cuenta.
Yo necesito la cuenta.
Niño.
Niño.
Pescado.
Pescado.
Taza.
Taza.
Sal.
Uno o dos.
Dos o tres.
Dos o tres.
O.
Sin sal.
Sin sal.
Yo quiero pagar la cuenta.
Pagar.
Yo necesito pagar.
Con o
Con sin leche.
Leche.
Para ella, una ensalada sin tomate, sin sal, sin queso. Gracias.
Wow. Okay. La mujer come una ensalada. Ensalada. Okay. Yo quiero pagar. Yo quiero pagar la cuenta. Yo quiero una ensalada.
Un sándwich, por favor.
Sándwich. Una mesa para tres. Tres personas, por favor.
1, 2, 3. Tren.
Ah! I'm so
Dos, un.
I was so impatient. I heard the T and that was it.
Un restaurante. Español.
Yeah, you don't need the de. Or oh no. Restaurante español.
Español.
Un español restaurante. Oh
Español.
no. Oh no, I think it's after. Oh, is it before?
Español.
Is it before? I gotta test before. No, it is after. Yeah, my natural inclination is to say it's after, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, that's a good test. That's a good test because English and Chinese and stuff, it's optional to me. Whether you say it's before or after, but largely because of the mixing of the languages. But un restaurante español was like the natural feeling, like, oh, that's what that sounds like. But I wanted to see if they accepted both directions.
Una.
Una mesa para dos personas.
Dos.
Una
ensalada
de tomate.
Un vaso. Okay.
Un jugo.
Un jugo de naranja.
Naranja.
Por favor. Pagar. Yo quiero pagar la cuenta.
Una hamburguesa, por favor.
Oh no, hamburguesa. Yes. Hamburguesa.
1, 2, 3. 3.
Heck you. Yeah, let's legend this. We got legend all day. Salad. Sin azúcar. Por favor. Okay. Para. Uno.
Con carne.
Con carne.
Un café con azúcar.
Un café. Con azúcar.
2 o 3.
Dos o... Oh, wait. Dos o tres. Oh, I missed.
Una taza de café, por favor.
Café. Ella come una manzana.
Manzana.
Yo bebo un jugar de naranja. Jugo. I said jugar. To play an orange playing. Jugo. Okay. Tomate. Tomate. Una taza de café, por favor. Un vaso de agua, por favor.
Vaso.
Okay. Una hamburguesa de pescado.
Pescado.
Pescado. I should stop saying pescado. Yo como un sándwich. Tú comes una hamburguesa. Una. I said probably. Una hamburguesa.
Un restaurante.
I might have skipped the article entirely, actually. Un restaurante.
Gracias, la ensalada está deliciosa. Quiero pagar la cuenta, por favor.
She ate a salad. It was delicious. I want the check now, right? Yo quiero una ensalada. Ensalada.
Buenos días. Una mesa para dos, por favor.
Restaurant. Asking. There are 2 people going to a restaurant. Okay. Now let's do personalized. Oh, only 2 personalized practice instead of 3. Oh, this is different. Oh, interesting. Let's strengthen your weakest grammar concept. Tu eres Juan. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that's a different like depiction. I think personalized practice did used to say that in some way, and then they just fell by the wayside. Yo soy un niño. ¿Ne?
Soy.
Ella es una niña.
Es.
Tú eres Juan.
Okay.
Es ella. Es ella.
Ella.
Tú eres María.
María.
Él es un hombre. Ella es María. Right? This is personalized practice, so it's unit 1. Right?
Ella.
Ella es una mujer.
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 Es.
Ella es una niña.
Niña.
Él es una niño. Tú eres Ana. Tú eres José. José. All right.
Tú eres Juan.
Tú eres María.
María.
Tú eres José.
La mujer bebe agua.
La mujer bebe agua. Niña. Niño. Niño. Soy. Agua. Pan.
Un hombre.
Okay.
El hombre.
Soy un hombre. Oh, no, un hombre.
Yo soy un hombre.
Yo bebo agua.
Yo bebo agua. Juan comes manzanas.
Juan.
Oh. Did I type comes or come? I meant to type come. Juan come manzana.
Yo soy un niño.
Yo soy un niño.
Yo bebo. Tú bebes. Él bebe.
Get some typing in. Typing. Alright. Oh. I forgot. You can legend these too. El. Manzana. Agua. Yo. Niño. Okay. Eres María. No. Tu comes pan. Oops. Dang it. Do I need an article? Do they take an article? I'm kind of curious. They don't take both articles. Oh, they said the apple. Dang it. I wasn't reading instructions. It says the apple. I was trying to test. I thought they just wanted apple, but they... Dang it. I wasn't reading. My bad. Cannot read instructions. Mujer. Como manzanas.
El.
Leche.
Leche.
Manzana.
Manzana.
Soy.
Okay. Bebo leche. Whoops. La mujer bebe agua. El hombre bebe agua. Oops, that was a typo. El agua. Ella es una mujer. Oh, that's not how you do that. It's like this, then this, right? Yeah. Él es un niño. La niña. Un hombre. Tú bebes. Oh, dang it. So, tú bebes agua. Hey. Our second story, a date, they say.
Una cita.
Una cita. Yeah.
Bea está en una cita en un restaurante.
Bea está en una cita en un restaurante.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien.
Oh, who's this gentleman?
¿Qué quieres comer?
¿Qué quieres comer? Oh, what are you gonna eat?
Una ensalada. Hoy tengo un partido importante.
Interesting. Un partido importante. That's ooh, interesting.
Ah, ¿te gustan los deportes?
Interesting. Los deportes.
Sí, yo juego al fútbol.
Football, of course. It's football. Yeah, partido is game. Oh, you can highlight this. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't even realize you can mouse. I keep forgetting that Duolingo has a mouse over for these things. Yeah. ¿Te gustan los deportes? Is asking if you play sports. Actually, how do they translate? Do you like sports? Sorry. Do you like sports? B is ordering a salad because she's playing soccer today, I guess. That's implied, right?
Yo también.
Oh, really? He plays football too.
Súper.
Super. Interesting.
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres? Where are you from?
Soy americano.
Soy americano.
Mi padre es de Cuba y mi madre es de México.
Mi padre es de Cuba y mi madre es de México, right? So my father is from Cuba and my mother is from Mexico.
Me encanta Cuba.
Me encanta Cuba. Enchanted. We'll really like Cuba.
Cuba es muy bonita.
Cuba is very beautiful.
¿Tienes mascotas?
¿Tienes mascotas? Do you have pets? Oh, I have no idea what pets was. Mascotas. Oh, that's kind of cute. Mascotas for pets.
Tengo 2 gatos y un perro.
Okay. 2 cats and a dog. Un perro.
Yo también tengo un perro, José.
Also have a dog. También.
Yo me llamo Daniel.
Daniel, wait.
¿Tú no eres Gabriela?
Tú no eres Gabriela. Oh. Okay, they just randomly decide to introduce themselves. So, that's Daniel. Wait. Yo me llamo Daniel, but tú eres Gabriela. Oh no. Mistaken identity?
No.
No?
Yo me llamo Bea.
Yeah. I'm like, what? Is her last name or her first name? Uh-oh. Did you guess that? Bea and Daniel are walking their dogs, bought tickets to Cuba. We're supposed to meet different people. Oh. Ah. That's why the Oh, because maybe he was expecting something, a different detail.
Una mujer camina hacia Daniel.
Sorry, I had to cough. Una mujer camina hacia Daniel. Daniel.
Una mujer camina hacia Daniel.
Okay. So, walks towards, yeah. Caminar hacia.
Hola, ¿eres Daniel? Soy Gabriela.
Womp womp.
No, lo siento. Soy José.
Smooth. Very smooth. It's like, hello, are you Daniel? I'm Gabrielle. It's like, no, sorry. I'm actually Jose. Daniel lied to his real date because he likes Bea. Oh, what a smooth. Wow, and it just ends there. Wow. Dang. That's cold. That's really cold. Restaurante. Eres. Ensalada. Importante. And bonita. Wow. He just totally just... Dang. Alright, we're gonna legend this too. Let's go.
Una cita. Bea está en una cita en un restaurante.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien. ¿Qué quieres comer?
Una ensalada. Hoy tengo un partido importante.
Okay.
¿Te gustan los deportes?
Sí, yo juego al fútbol.
Yo también.
¡Súper! ¿De dónde eres?
Soy americano. Mi padre es de Cuba y mi madre es de México.
Me encanta Cuba.
Cuba es muy bonita.
¿Tienes mascotas?
Tengo 2 gatos y un perro.
Yo también tengo un perro, José.
Yo me llamo Daniel. ¿Tú no eres Gabriela?
No, yo me llamo Bea.
Una mujer camina hacia Daniel.
I wonder who Bea was supposed to meet, actually.
Hola, ¿eres Daniel? Soy Gabriela.
No, lo siento. Soy José.
Brutal. Bonita. Bonita. Oh, it's also nice. That's true. Oh, yeah, that's right. Padre. Eros. Comer. Ensalada. Oh, interesting. Comer was used. Alright. Oh, yeah, I think we can still keep this pace for a bit for now.
La carne.
La carne. Okay. Con pescado.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 3.
Una
Tres.
mesa.
Una mesa. Una mesa para 2 personas. 1, 2, 3. Una mesa.
Un restaurante español.
Restaurante. Un sándwich de pescado. Un sándwich con queso, por favor. La carne.
Carne.
Carne. Yo como una hamburguesa de carne con queso. Right. Yep. Just eat at a restaurant. Sure. Una mesa para 3 personas, por favor. Una hamburguesa de pescado, por favor. Okay. Alright.
1 o 2.
1 o 2. Necesito.
¿Con tomate?
¿Con tomate? Disculpe. Un café sin azúcar, gracias. Azúcar.
Yo necesito pagar.
Yo necesito pagar. Una ensalada con o sin tomate.
Sin sal, por favor.
Sin sal, por favor. Disculpe. Disculpe. La cuenta, por favor. Excuse me. Ensalada. Un jugo de naranja.
Naranja.
Con tomate. Oh, ne. Con tomate.
Yo necesito
La cuenta. Un café. Por favor. Una taza de café.
Carne o pescado.
Carne o pescado. Okay. Legend this.
vaso.
What? Una tazo. No. Oh, vaso. Tazo. Taza. I was gonna say una taza. I didn't hear it. I was talking over it. Un sandwich. de queso.
El restaurante está cerrado.
Wait.
El restaurante está cerrado.
El restaurante es cerrado. Está. Whoops. Wrong. Helping. Con o sin leche. Oh boy. I keep forgetting to put the question mark first.
Una mesa para 3 personas.
Una mesa para 3 personas.
Una mesa para 3 personas.
That's it? Okay. I was gonna say please, but you know. Have it. Yo necesito una mesa.
Una hamburguesa, por favor.
Hamburguesa. The fish. Okay. I'm reading now. Pescado.
Sin azúcar, por favor.
Sin azúcar, por favor.
Yo quiero pagar
la
cuenta.
El sándwich. La cuenta, por favor.
Una ensalada de tomate.
Una ensalada con tomate? ¿Ne?
Una ensalada de tomate.
De tomate. Uh-oh. Okay.
Un jugo de naranja, por favor.
Naranja, por favor. Un café con leche.
Una taza de café, por favor.
Café, por favor. All right. We got last story. Story time, one thing, huh?
Una cosa.
Una cosa. One thing.
Lucy está en casa con su nieta Lynn.
Okay. So Lucy is the aunt, right? So Lucy is in her nephew's not nephew, her niece's house. Lynn.
Ay, no. Necesito pan para mi sándwich.
¿Vas al supermercado?
Sí.
Yep, time to Lynn and Lucy have a lot of bread. Nope. Vas al supermercado. Right. Gotta go to the supermarket for some bread. Or sandwiches.
Ah, necesito una cosa del supermercado.
I need a thing. Oh. Just by coincidence, she has a thing that she needs to.
¿Qué?
¿Qué?
Un tomate, por favor.
Un tomate, por favor. Okay.
Es para mi ensalada.
Ensalada.
Está bien.
Gracias. Ah, y también quiero 3 manzanas.
Also, 3 apples.
Está bien.
It's fine.
Y
Got
jugo
it.
de naranja.
Orange juice.
Lynn,
Please.
Y leche.
Y
por
leche.
favor.
Tengo
Una idea. Vas conmigo, right? Vas conmigo. Just come with me instead.
Aquí está el dinero, Lin.
Never mind. Lucy's got it. It's like, here's the money. You go to the supermarket. Oh, that's kind of cute. Instead of going together. I was just gonna say, vamos. Alright, let's go. Or vamos contigo. Vamos contigo. I'll go with you instead. Or you can come with me.
¿Qué?
Yo quiero una cosa del supermercado. Pan.
Yeah, because she only needs one thing. Bread. Why did Lucy give Lynn money? Lynn is going to a restaurant. Lynn is opening a sandwich shop. Might as well. She wants Lynn to go to the supermarket, yeah. That's kind of cute. ¿Qué? Supermercado. Gracias. Nieta. Oh, it's granddaughter, not... Oh, okay, so she's the grandmother. It's granddaughter. That's... And what is nephew? What is niece? Yeah, granddaughter. Okay. Tomate. Oh, hijos and hija, right? It's probably hijos and hija. No, that's son and daughter. What the heck is... Hold up. What is a niece? Oh, sobrina. Right, sobrina and... Is there a separate one? Or is it just sobrino? Yeah. No. Way off the mark. Yeah, hijos and hijas is son and daughter. Nieta. Okay. Now I've learned what? Got refreshed on 2? 3 things. Okay.
Una cosa. Lucy está en casa con su nieta Lynn.
Ay, no. Necesito pan para mi sándwich.
¿Vas al supermercado?
Sí.
Okay.
Necesito una cosa del supermercado.
One thing.
¿Qué?
Un tomate, por favor. Es para mi ensalada.
Está bien.
Gracias. Y también quiero 3 manzanas.
Está bien.
Y jugo de naranja.
Lin.
Y leche, por favor.
Tengo una idea. Aquí está el dinero, Lin.
¿Qué?
Yo quiero una cosa del supermercado. Pan.
Pan. Nieta. Casa. Oh, there's casa. Quiero. Tomate. Right. Okay. I think this one was really cute. I like this one. That one was great. Alright, let's do our trophy. And we have... It took an hour and a half, so that's pretty good. El tomate. Okay. Español. Oh no, not español. I looked at Spanish. El café.
Un sándwich de queso. Una ensalada.
Carne o pescado. Oops. typing hard.
Una
Una hamburguesa de pescado. Yo necesito pagar. Una mesa. Una mesa para dos personas. ¿Ne? Oh, just para dos, por favor.
Por favor.
Okay. Un jugo de naranja. Un vaso de agua, por favor. Uno o... Ups. Uno o dos.
Yo necesito la cuenta.
La cuenta. Para 3 personas.
sin azúcar, por favor.
Azúcar, por favor. Con o sin azúcar. Azúcar. Oh boy, I forgot the question again. Eventually, we'll get this. Oh, that was fantastic. Man, that was a lot of fun. 28. Let's see if it includes all 28, right? So we're averaging about 20 vocabulary words a unit. I have some problem ones. Definitely have some problem ones. So, oh, yes, pagar, ensalada, or la, or we're gonna add the genders, right? La ensalada, el tomate, quiero, yes, quiero, la cuenta, el sal, la sal, el sal. Kind of seems like an el. Yeah, el sal. La taza. La taza. La naranja. Naranja. El café. El vaso. El jugo. Sin is con, so yeah, there it is. Azúcar. El azúcar. La carne. El queso. El pescado. Yeah, de, with, or of. Yeah, there it is, with. Con, no, with. Con, sandwich. El sandwich. La hamburguesa. Hamburguesa. Dos. Para, yeah. Personas. Mesa. Restaurante. El restaurante. Uno, tres. So 1, 2, 3 people. Tomato, hamburgers. Orange juice. Are there any? Nope, that's everything still that I can think of. Outside of the stories have way more, right? The stories have way more than the lessons, but these are the lesson ones. Like we had like trabajo, nieta, right? Nieta was something I need to remind myself. Idea. Pero, gato. Plenty of extras. Deportes, right? Los deportes. Football, right? Football. Partido. Importante. Yamo, Yamar, right? Yamar is or is still missing. So, but plenty of other things to look forward to. We got lots of extra things. So they're contextually. So the stories are contextually as one might expect, right? The personalized practice is pretty much the same, and then the adventures are contextual as well. So they add lots of other things in that you can infer with the sentences or the vocabulary focus that you already have. It doesn't prevent you from knowing the right answer, but it also supposedly, right? Supposedly, if you're active enough, acquire those other things too as you go down. And the podcast is the same, but podcast doesn't start in the older version until unit 6. Yeah, this is the first podcast, but we've already had 2 podcasts on the mobile front. And let me double check how this is different from the mobile. Okay, so what do you have on the mobile one? Okay, so grab my SD tablet here. So on the mobile one, this is still the same. Whoops. And the personalized practice is still here. Then, okay, and then the second half is different. So this intriguing. Oh no, it's not. It's the same. Or no, it's not. So there's a podcast here. Which, and then this still is fine. So these things are good. And then there's one story, and then there's a adventure here. And I don't know, I think this might have been replaced for a podcast. Let's see what topic this is. A date. Was this the date podcast? Oh, so okay, so this got moved down here, and this disappeared. So what is this podcast about? Fish sandwich. So it's a different podcast. Yeah, so that's what they swapped up here, it looks like. So we still got the podcast and the adventure. However, short one story, which might be in the next group. Let's see. So the bottom one is one thing. Oh, you can't view it yet. Oh, yeah, it got moved. So the story got shifted. So while this is not here anymore, this one here got shifted down here. So I'm guessing it just keeps shifting. They shift one down over and over again. So yeah, so that's the new thing. So I'm gonna be doing the podcast, right, and the adventure on my own time. And then again, there's also these stars that I'm gonna do. I do the stars as well. And then maybe like practice some stuff. There's like other features like daily events. I like doing daily events. They're like matching and whatnot. So daily events. When I'm walking around, whenever I need to like get up and stretch, I would pull out my phone and do a little here and there. It goes the same for Chinese. For now, Chinese and Spanish. We're gonna bring back we're gonna continue doing Japanese soon. So pause on that. Yeah, and that's it. Lots of fun. Very time efficient, but then again, to me, time efficiency doesn't replace quality, right? The quality of the... So far, I totally get why SRS is great, and then, you know, Duolingo is fun, but you don't retain as much per se, because they do make it a lot of fun, and it kind of makes you complacent a little bit. I'm also still catching up with refreshing on most of my Spanish. I'm still expecting to know like 90% of the Spanish until like section 3 or something. But we'll see how far it goes. And I absolutely enjoy this. It's great to interact in a self-study way. I did say a little bit of hot take here and there about OG immersion and like comprehensible input. The idea is, personally, I don't think there is rigorous enough evidence to support a quote-unquote best way. Most of the time, I do above and like a mix of everything. And in my opinion, the more core aspect of doing all of this and showing all of this is self-selection. Before there is an effective method and all that, there's also measuring and dealing with self-perception, right? So one thing that is often in my opinion, a problem a lot of times that gets glossed to the side when it comes to your preferred method or whatever you believe in that works for learning is the person. Oftentimes the most ideal case is painted as a way to maximize a method's selection, right? I think one of the biggest criticisms in all around when it comes to people presenting their methods, their best methods, is the self-selection process. So for example, how is it really, we were talking earlier about programming language, is it really how significant is the leap of logic when you think going to school, which inherently people have to juggle a lot of other things, right? And also it's obligatory. And if you're one of the persons saying, I hate school, right? And they're using that as a fundamental basis to compare something that is immersion based, OG immersion, and that immersion base often is not in the same situation as in obligatory school format. You're ruling out self-selection. So as great as these self-study tools, like self-study tools that promote that they use immersion or comprehensible input and formal schooling, all these things, you're self-selecting yourself. Are you in school? Most of the time, as far as I know, anecdotally, people don't like being in school. It's prescriptional. So when you're thinking like, oh yeah, the formal education structure and whatnot doesn't work, it doesn't help people learn anything about language, it's just a waste of time, that kind of thing, there's a self-selection process involved. You're comparing different conditions, and those conditions are often glossed over, right? The success, in my opinion, a lot of the success, not that I'm saying one works better, one works worse, I think it's actually quite negligible given considering the circumstances. I think someone is able to use both and leverage a more dynamic appeal, right? Without formal schooling and prescriptional, or like anything prescriptional, you have no way of gauging your comprehensibility. So if you're going to choose to immerse yourself, right? Your immersion is absolutely, as part of the greater input hypotheses and stuff, is dependent on your ability to gauge your comprehensibility. Like what is your competence now? How comprehensive is something? You need something prescriptional in order to understand where your competence is. You can assume certain things if you want and go straight into immersion and say, yeah, that's it. But that creates stagnation. It's dependent on the self-selection. If someone is not always self-improving, maintaining a due diligence, discipline, even, dare I say, be adaptive to prescriptional scheduling and whatnot, they might lack the discipline already to even be adherent to something that is immersion based, right? Now, the caveat here is it might, in my opinion, it might seem like certain methods are more effective or efficacious over time for other people at different stages, but the selection is selecting for specific stages of learners, in my opinion. I think it is very important to highlight that humans do the self-selection when it comes to what method, as an adult, that you prefer to learn a language. So, for example, if you believe immersion works for you and you understand and you're matured competence, you probably have a better gauge of what is comprehensible to you. Now, if you drop someone into a immersion only mindset when they have no level of understanding or something, exposure of their own comprehensibility, you can create a system that allows them to figure that out, right? Or create a system that provides that for them. And yes, that would probably get them to the language fluency, or it's probably sufficient, right? I do like the word sufficiency. I think that's a for lack of a better word, a sufficient way to argue that a method is sufficient. Whether it is the best method, that is in my opinion, a marketing stunt. And generally speaking, no attention to targeted marketing, self-selection happens when they're describing their product. Like, hey, among the dedicated users that we have, they share positive experiences. But an immersion can fall so far, so short due to self-selection. There are wonderful cases, anecdotally speaking, heritage speakers, right? You could be immersed in many things and still passively not intuit those things. And it can be very, very closed off, especially when the material in a lot of these apps are curated. So yes, you do have to trust them that they're curating material that gives you a swath of stuff. But in the end of the day, even those stuff will expose you to certain things, and then it is up to your competence and maturity to acquire native content that is relevant to you. So the question I ask most of the time, or focus, is, does the product encourages you to be exploratory about understanding how you learn? Like, it's one thing to be very efficacious and do all the thinking for you. It's another thing to be able to determine how to self-evaluate, understand what your comprehensibility is, how you achieved it, what does the program do, or what is the theory and the mindset behind it. So in my opinion, being able to understand all these things create more of a well-rounded experience that create consistency, not idealism. Ideal efficiency. Ideal efficiency is assuming that you and everyone else is the same. Individual spuriousness, in my opinion, is not negligible. However, I will make a disclaimer, a hot take. I'm not a professional language learner, right? So I didn't spend half my life curating a popular theory that has reached cult status, for better or for worse. And for that reason, I think, all due respect to that person, they use very strong language, and especially those who present their products based on a very, very popular theory, as well it should for those who believe it. I think there is room for all of the above. So when people talk about things, they talk about extremes. Like, oh, this is the best. Well, it's sufficient. It is entirely arguable if it's the best. I think especially coming from people who choose to cherry pick and ignore certain specificities in their like hypotheses and their suggestions. It's not to say that you can't use it and believe that stuff. Strong language to me seems like a red flag for overselling one's hypotheses, right? Especially when there's not enough clarity. Like for example, sure, immersion's great, and then you suddenly sell a product where the immersion content, right? The immersion content is disinteresting to that person. That, in my opinion, supersedes a lot of things. It is in the consideration, but it often is brushed aside. It's superseded or overshadowed by the emphasis of efficiency. It's like, oh, how long did it take you? Well, it took me less time. We retain more of this stuff. It's faster. It's more intuitive. It's like, well, yeah, that's great, but what about the person? Like, individual variability is why we have these discussions, in my opinion. It's at the core of why there's consistent and still controversy around the way people acquire a second language. Admittedly, though, in the end of the day, I don't think there's any malicious intent, right? Generally speaking, it's great to hear that people can almost exclusively do something and claim to have done it. All the power to them. I'm not here to evaluate if someone is fluent or not. And somehow, to me, it is so difficult to believe that someone exclusively, self-diagnostically said that they only input and then they were flawlessly able to output something. Like, that's the extreme type of language. They had no problem. They were considered fluent out of input only. I think it's sufficient. That's great. But when it comes to strong language promotes strong language. So when you're saying things like, I read a product page, right? Someone's saying, oh, this is just wrong. It never works. It can't work. I think that type of strong language makes me feel like I'm reading a sell, not a really well, precise, written consideration for their product. It's to sell you on the product. And there are definitely certain methods that are way more trendy right now, largely because I think they coincide with the pre-selection process. Those who, for example, a very strong pre-selection is those who hate formal education, dislike formal education, or being prescribed anything that they initially do not enjoy, tend to favor immersion, for example, because immersion is intuitive. It's very provocative in the way it goes about. But erasing that obligation is one of the foundations of why maybe one could consider formal education is being underrated or maybe even overly criticized. In my opinion, one of the things that make me open to immersion, self-study, Duolingo, and all this stuff is the idea that I was obligated to learn how to troubleshoot and understand my capacities when things are prescribed to me. So yeah, in the world of the internet, to end this little disclaimer, it's going to come up more and more often because I'm starting new projects, and new projects tend to invite people who have very strong opinions. I'm glad all those things work for you. Unlike people who are efficiency learners, those people who focus on how fast they can do something, I'm looking for critical thinking and problem solving skills that are involved in language learning. So call it a trade-off, but oftentimes there are other skills that can be gathered from doing things that you don't want to do, and then also the best way is dependent on your goals, right? And immersion does provide a very strict goal that it appeals to that target audience. So if your target audience is to do certain things and it appeals to you, that's great. Those people, in my opinion, claiming that something else doesn't work by selling it short and cherry picking the aspects that their current approach do well, in my opinion, is not necessary. It's actually uncalled for. It almost seems amateurish to me. Because if your product is the best way and it works the best way, it doesn't require a half-effort critique of your opposing methods. And I feel that's what type of product placement happens. And I'm not saying any particular product, but generally speaking, marketing strategies are that way. They use strong language like it doesn't work, it never works, or it can't possibly work better than this, that kind of thing. Like, well, they're different enough that I can guarantee you I can list a couple skills that aren't within the scope of that product, and they don't consider it because it's up to the user to figure that out. So when you're operating on confirmation bias, you have strong opinions. When you aren't operating on confirmation bias, it can be a little bit more reserved over time. So I had obviously this is triggered by the recent conversation. Oftentimes people who have extremely strong opinions, I tend to have a very stock rebuttal, largely because I still believe it's very efficacious, is sufficient. Rarely do I ever think something that's obviously contentious and controversial and requires that someone convince another person is obviously not the best. If it was the best by default, I even think that business models and people who go around talking about their study do not have to contend that it is, because if it is truly the best, there's no argument. With that said, though, it is fun to discuss about these things. And I'm no stranger, right? I immerse when I am not streaming. Unfortunately, it would be kind of fun to get a sponsorship or something that allows me to not get copyright slapped in the face for using immersion content. The thing that was suggested the other day was a service that uses YouTube content, right? And restreaming YouTube content is a very hairy business. It's very difficult to determine if it's fair use, right? And I don't want to cross that bridge if I don't have to. So in the end, though, I still use a combination of all the different types of inputs. I actually do not undersell or oversell, in my opinion. I try not to undersell or oversell output versus input. I think that whole binary kind of thinking is someone who is backed by a lot of experience. At the same time, I'm not a person with that a lot of experience, so I like discovering that. So this probably won't be the last time I talk about the whole inputs, immersion, comprehensible input. And I'm only talking about this superficially, obviously, from an opinion standpoint. I do not claim to know all the intricacies of the way someone's hypotheses, which is a prescription, by the way, because of how strongly they talk about it. And then products that are presented as a one-stop shop, it rarely is ever that elegant, in my opinion. And I have skepticism all the time when it comes to how strongly someone voiced something. Call it a logical safety net, a check and balance, if you will. Anyways, there you have it. Wanted to make a little commentary. This is great. I'm enjoying it. I have no idea where I'm gonna go with the Spanish thing. We'll find out later. That'll be another time to think about it. So this is the end of our session. Thank you for hanging out. If you're hanging out, if you're gonna watch this later, Gracias. Muchas gracias. Right. So until next time, hasta luego. Right? Take care. And hasta mañana. Perhaps. And yeah, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.